Okay, we dropping shit, but we dropping
nothing
hard shit.
that Boo can do. Full fight facing. Wolves will
Fuck
keep
a rap
Heretics
beat, I'm about to get
at arm's
beside
length.
That's a brutal round to fall for Heretics. Great stuff again from Wolves. Retakes looking really solid overall. They've been converting pretty nicely on them. But I thought Heretics were going to have a really good idea here. You maybe leave one player close because you got the Nightfall and you got the Vice ult, and they just kind of try to play it up close, and they chew through some of those ults, and that really opens things up for the Wolves.
This is my new favorite thing. Just the silent, calm
I am.
stand-up.
Yeah.
Bro, we missed so much. I like that not so much, but we missed a lot.
You're not flustered at all. 3
I
rounds
had
in a
to
row,
go.
no problem.
I went workout and
Punching
then
right
I
back.
had to go temple.
Similar scenes here, trying to cut off
And
this
there
A
was
main
so
access.
many people in temple.
Be a real pain
And it
point
took me
they
one
want to
hour
identify.
to close there.
Okay.
Maybe we're just going to be trading some rounds out here. That's why you trying to go for the blind
I
shot.
fall. Next Lotus, next
Going wide with
Ascent.
Juicy dead. That is a critical target found here for Heretics.
There's no full committal to this push. Spike's still down, back by Spawn, so for Heretics, they're
so
looking for
tired,
a
bro.
reaction. One of the things that concerned me a little bit with Wolves against Sentinels was Sentinels was doing a great job baiting out their util when Wolves were on the defensive side and really giving themselves advantages in that department. So definitely need to see the Wolves maintain their discipline as this one goes along. Rien's, it's a little bit of info. Boo very close to another Cosmic Divide, and they're going to stack up for another A hit.
Nebulous popped. YU play out in front of this one here at Art, but it's getting fully flashed up. Has to make a quick exit with the rendezvous.
They're playing double duelist.
Just here on the opposite side, he can hear their movements, hear their footsteps, but doesn't know when's going to be safe to try to go for the strike. Would just get taken down there mid-air.
No.
YU tries to go out with the headhunter in hand, but just get taken down.
We take the op. We take the whoop.
2v4 now. As Wolves try to stretch this lead a little bit further than before, though, and Miniboo already lingering within the
I mean, it
smoke.
was too obvious that
Finds the punish,
pick
and
up the op.
Lysor might just have to go for the save. Looks like that is going to be the call. At least a quick peek over in towards Secret. Miniboo
4K, by the
looking
way.
strong, looking deadly.
A
Puts himself
4K
a
from
4K
Miniboo.
as Heretics once again just one round away from tying things up.
What?
That early kill there on the Juicy makes things that much more difficult for the Wolves, and Miniboo having a whale of a round. 4 kills for him on the Yoru. And that's really good discipline there from Team Heretics. Not overextending, not pushing past where their comfort would be. You know, anticipating that the Wolves are going to be pretty close quarters. You're not going to fall into that shorty. You're not going to give them any opportunities to kind of reestablish that retake. Just holding the line. Really, really nice stuff. And Wolves, I think, need to calm down a little bit. YU looks a little shaky on the chamber. Doesn't seem to be quite in control of some of those snipers, and the headhunter as well, looking a little bit off. So probably a good time here for Fade to get in there and try to mentally recover the team a bit.
I'd say overall, the patience here from the coaching staff of Heretics ends up paying off. They don't opt to go for a timeout after that 0-4 start. Now they're one away from tying things up here on Pearl, and it's Wolves who have to pull the trigger on this.
Yeah, I like that a lot from the Heretics coaching staff, because this is a team that has way more experience on the global stages than their opponents. So you can rely on Miniboo to be that guy, to be the one to get the troops back under control, so you don't have to burn that precious time out to do it. So really, really showing some faith in their team, showing some trust. And it is paying off as the Heretics are back within 1 round again. We'll see what they want to do coming out of this. Wood has a Blade Storm, but not necessarily something you're going to pull out on rifle rounds unless things get a little bit wild. We'll see. Unless they have some kind of trickery up their sleeves.
Might be good for the entries when he's trying to clear out dugout.
Yeah.
Having the blades online.
Definitely usable. Look at all this Vice util. Shift in direction here for Lysor.
I mean, then relying on him to basically be able to hold this down. Given the tendencies for Heretics to try to poke and prod around this A side, at least in the early stages of the rounds.
Well, and it's a shift back to what worked on the bonus for Wolves, and that's Juicy
That's a
pushing
great
up long
camera.
B, holding down that main angle. And nobody has made any contact with him, so he's falling back. This is kind of making Wolves lean more towards the A side.
Just for the setup on the dimensional, or rather the gate crash here. It's going to end up taking him a hell of a lot further away than he might like, given that we look to see Heretics committing onto this site. Okay, just pop Spring, though. Wow. Pre-firing, able to find Woot.
Just walking
Elimination
through
there.
that.
Benchy Fishy similarly going to be taken down. Juicy holding back. Pillar now can make his exit. Woot does manage to find one as Spring will fall. So Fat Baby able to go ahead and tuck back into Hall. Self-protected. Riens and Boo now. Let them try to clutch this out. There's the first step, but it's all down to Boo. Spike in hand, but position noted, knows that he is going to be surrounded. Dodges the C's, gets away from that, but as he pushes back forward, he will meet his demise.
Nice.
Wolves,
I thought they will fuck up Fade.
Themselves to 6.
Yeah,
He was
this
alone
is really
inside.
into the Wolves' wheelhouse here, finding these one and dones, finding these picks. Something they're really, really talented at. There's no doubt in my mind about the individual skill on this Wolves team. They are extremely fearsome. To get YU going there with the kill. Juicy, so good all the time. Fat, tremendous outings for them against Sentinels. Some huge clutch plays. And IGLing to boot, but Spring will be their top fragger once again as Juicy trying to push this angle. He's got a little bit of help. Clears the drone.
YU just only has a headhunter and a shorty at the moment. Either way, plenty of presence noted here.
My ult is ready.
As Hunter's Fury now going to be online with that orb take. Cosmic Divide available, and that's going to be committed immediately. We've got Spring here playing forward in front of this one to try to find some kills, and kills he shall find. Rien's wound, Benchy Fishy, all just
and kills
absolutely
3.
annihilated.
He just
As
walks
Wolves
through it
lose
and
one
kills 3.
Guarantee a lead at the half.
Spring is so smart. He finds these angles against the Cosmic Divide where he's going to be good for at least 1 kill. We saw it earlier from the dugout position. Now he finds 3 big ones.
Incredible.
Damn, what I see.
One enemy remaining.
Their own Cosmic Divide available here for Spring, as well as a Dimensional Drift for Juicy. Who's got one to match on the opposite side. That Hunter's Fury still available, and yet there is plenty to be happy about. Is
Nice,
that baby
though.
asleep at the wheel a little bit. Woot finally pulls the trigger on this Blade Storm. Finds very good results.
That's what I was looking for. A little bit of trickery there and up and over. Find that first kill. That's a huge one. Taking the fade out of the equation.
How did he
Makes
do that?
retakes way more difficult for the Wolves.
Gotta be more creative now. They only have one up
I
there.
would like
Can't
to
go for
see
the
that
Meteor
again.
Classic. As Hunter's Fury gonna be able to find a tag. Light Sword dodging the shots there. Does manage to stay alive, but Mini Boot right there on top of him. Tucks back. The Dimensional Drift is Juicy flashing himself, trying to enter in towards Art. Who's just stomping around. Dead. The spray out.
Nah,
from
they're just
Spring
speaking
finds
through
the
everything
falls,
and
but
winning.
It doesn't matter. Suddenly it's just
Spike
Benchy
down
Fishy
A.
left. Spike
8-4.
dropped here at the entrance to the A
stinger.
site, and he only has a stinger.
I mean,
They're going to be able to suss this out pretty quick. Juicy just cleared
it's
Art.
hard, but I wouldn't say.
Des was talking about 4v5 conversions earlier on.
30 seconds left.
One is
gonna
low
be a
and
hell
it's
of a one.
Benji fishing.
Wolves to find to get themselves 8 and 4
Yeah, the
at the
stinger.
half.
It was the stinger.
Another multi-frag round here from Spring.
This is looking really good for the Wolves. A lot of good coordinations, good adjustments, and Spring is popping again.
Out in the lead, we're able to find the opening pistol. We'll see if they can get the second, or if Heretics can continue to try to run this back, make this a bit more contentious. We'll find out after halftime.
They just peek through N1 fights.
One enemy.
Like almost missed the first half. It's been a while since we played. Yeah, I should hop on him. They be dropping shit, but what's the next match? Team Liquid versus MIBR. Surely MIBR. Is Nats playing? I want Team Liquid to win. Nats can play the next. Looking at my hand game. Oh, he's here? Nah, that is big. That I don't know. For one orb. One smoke, one dash, one flash, one dart, one TP. For one orb. Really? When did it happen? When did this happen? I want to see that. I want to see
In their
that.
opening series versus Sentinels as well. And he is not missing a beat.
I really want to see that.
Heretics, though, down by 4 rounds, looking good, looking contentious in that first half. Looked like they were going to be able to maybe tie things up, make it a 6-6. But those last few rounds slipped away from them. They now need to have an explosive, strong start as they swap over onto the defending side.
No doubt about it. Now you're really looking for Juicy to accelerate for the Wolves. Start kicking in doors. Start finding ways to break through the Heretics' defensive lines. Kind of a 2-1-2 here. Benji Fishy going to be locking down mid with his U-tilt, putting a long cross right outside of Art with one of the trips. The camera right at doors, and a little bit of a push out from Boot. He is checking out towards A, but that's where the trademark is there for YU, so that doesn't seem to be the angle that Wolves are considering for their attack. They're lining up for a B hit all the way.
Prowler heard. An orb take here. Trying to get Juicy towards that dimensional drift.
Change in
Slow
thoughts.
creep away.
Yeah, no contact there. Maybe feeling like it might be a trap. And they didn't get any responses from their util. They still haven't. They're trying to figure out where the hell Team Heretics are.
Just break it.
Flash. Not gonna catch anything there. They clear out this cam. He's had connected, but Benji able to wait that one out. He's waiting to try to see if he can find a moment to strike the power. However, will scout him out. Move for the Sheriff.
30
Off
seconds
screen.
Good dog.
Finding YU as shock darts get lobbed in, and Juicy falls down to 60. All right, now, a little bit contained.
Ooh,
And he
nice.
goes up over the top of screens, finds that kill, but Juicy trades it back.
Trades?
Elimination is
Really
going
good
to be
trades.
found. Now it's just Juicy, Lysor. 130 health
Leave it
between
to-
the two of them. The plant now coming through. Moved down to
10
22.
seconds left.
Any damage from the Ghost basically will be able to find an elimination there, but who was going to be the first target, the first point of contact, and Juicy
Didn't,
is able to
didn't-
win it out.
Player standing.
Puts himself alone. Swings, somehow catches Benji Fishy! And now it's just the Jet with no HP to speak of. As he looks for the ace, and he will find it!
I mean,
Wolves
wow,
equal
bro.
Pistols, Juicy gets the ace!
Stabs heads.
9-4.
Like me for real.
Unbelievable. I said I wanted to see Juicy accelerate here on the attack side, and that is as good as it gets. Stellar stuff from the duelist.
And he does it with 60 health.
That is just nasty.
Player
The
standing.
long range win. This one right here.
One enemy remaining.
The heartbreaker. Oh.
Two body shots.
Whips on the Jet to kill Benji Fishy, and then gets the closer. That is devastating. Marshall going to be invested here from Miniboo. Trying to hold down that B site. Slow approach from Wolves. Are working their way to a position where he could potentially find some value with that sniper.
trying to fish it out. I mean, this is something you have to suspect with Wolves. They do love the Outlaw. You know, whether it's a very popular gun.
It's just a double push up here. They haven't confirmed or heard this Marshall at all.
That's a Vandal down.
Great headshot. That's the Vandal on the floor. Spring in position to potentially recover it. Let's have it in hand now.
Damn. It's a crazy good shot. This is something that Heretics like to do. Buy up a little bit on these ecos. Marshall, Sheriff.
Right there.
Gun here.
Just peek out. Not sure if Spring had been spotted, but other players
Playing the Sylvan spot.
not quite being noted here. You still
30
have 4
seconds left.
from Heretics all the way across the map.
Take hold.
A lot of pressure on Miniboo. Try to find a bit more value here. Has to clear the Prowler.
Does it have
There's the
TB?
spot, and that's gonna be Spring.
Then why are we playing side, bro?
4v4, but weaponry
Play 4v5, no?
to their advantage whatsoever unless Woot can come up with some absolutely insane shots with that Sheriff. YU potentially in a poor spot. Pressure getting ready to fly through. And yeah, you're
What?
TPing right where you were standing already. Hand's not gonna fall for that.
I think he forgot where his TP was. What a jump peak.
Overwhelm they have.
Last player
This
standing.
Woot. It's back-to-back shots to the skull. Lights are down to 10. It will
Damn.
take it down to 2 remaining players, but
They win
Team
equal?
Heretics, they will take the thrifty win.
Unbelievable. The MasterCard Thrifty coming through there for Heretics. Punching right back after getting aced. And Woot, player who we got to see a lot on the duelist role back at Master Shanghai, has been playing Jet on this map. The one time they played it against Na'Vi, he comes up huge with the Sheriffs. Sometimes you might question a little bit these investments that Team Heretics likes to put in their eco rounds. Can be a little bit costly if they can't convert, but this one right here, that could be a game changer.
Yeah, if there's anything that can really get the players jazzed up, locked in, it's a round like that, especially off the back of an ace from Juicy. YU hearing the orb take, sees the trip set. Be able to find any kind of punish here, though.
Eyesore with a frenzy here. There's that tripwire. It's going to have to be cleared. Hot flash on a timing there for Heretics. Didn't quite catch the Wolves, but right idea, wrong time.
They try to lock them in position there. It's straightforward, and YU unable to escape. He's dead far too quickly. It's Benji Fishy ready for these players to come drifting out of that smoke. And
Damn.
Spike
He's
down.
connecting with the straight
Hacker,
shot on the
hacker.
Lightosaur. Shuts down this push in every which way.
Juicy TP'd out of there and just trying to wait it out, see if anybody gets aggressive and it could catch him with the right click. Interesting choice of classic there, Juicy.
Showing some support, but ultimately he's going to have to die. He's trying to assess his
30
options, figure
seconds
out
left.
what the best play is going to be. Had he just immediately sprinted over towards the B site, would have at least been able to get the plant down, get money from that. Instead, it's just going to drift into art and not be ready for Benji Fishy to be on a deeper angle. So kill comes in. That's flawless as Team Heretics continue to try to run this one back. 3 rounds still separating. Wolves still in a good position, but momentum is not on their
I
side.
that was a nice.
Been able to afford an operator for Woot.
Like P can go away, but Chamber sometimes just.
This one,
I don't know,
very
his
important
TB is
round for the
very
Wolves to try to
buggy.
stop the bleeding here. Things have been going oh so well. You had gotten the second pistol, and all of a sudden, script has been flipped. So Juicy with the ult of his own could do a little bit of fact finding. Heretics trying to play aggressive on this angle, but Wolves
Think they heard him?
back for now. Smoke to obscure. Miniboo.
Who's next?
Try to slide forward. Ult popped, and he knows they're probably somewhere near.
Plant a spike.
Sees them both. Gives them all the information here about the site that they can possibly want.
I'm back.
As the clones go flying, Juicy gets his exit out of the dimensional drift. Both players now contained here into halls. Flash is going to be exchanged. Springs him behind one.
Damn.
Go ahead and get this second
flash
elimination.
diff.
Sends it on the corner, and Minnie
The
Boo
Euro
gets
diff.
the whole damn thing.
First the flash diff,
Site
then
broken
the Euro
open.
diff.
And then you have the op in tow. Heretics are going to have to just go for the save.
This is beautiful work from Juicy. Using that dimensional drift to great effect. kind of understanding that Team Heretics were corralled in the back alley. And he just says, I'm going to pop out behind their cyber cage. They're going to have no idea I'm here. We're going to clear the site with one of our prowlers. The other prowler we're going to use to follow up after I get the first kill on a flash. Beautiful work and coordination there from the Wolves. And Juicy, when you need a duelist player on the attack side, he has answered the call. He has been ridiculous.
There's encroachment on his positions coming through. Spring maybe having a pretty solid idea about where a Jet with an operator would like to go, and well, he'll find out the hard way that he was correct. It's going to take it down. Up will be held. Boo similarly surviving. Money's going to be there, but Heretics now calling their first timeout of the match.
Yeah, already an early timeout. We want to talk about ways that they can avoid some of the Yoru shenanigans there. Kind of just in a spot where you're just smothered by the flashes. I mean, yeah, Miniboo's just seeing stars.
Yeah. Bit of a rough one there. The util just goes to show how on point it was from Wolves on the exec. So timeout call for Heretics. Try to rally the troops, get that energy flowing once again.
Yeah, one thing I'm so impressed with the Wolves, watching some of the VODs, especially against Sentinels and here against Heretics. It sounds strange, but the way they play around smokes, the way that they don't just kind of sit inside of a smoke and try to hold an angle, like they'll use your smokes against you. They'll play in positions where a lot of people wouldn't necessarily try to challenge you. From these little nooks and crannies, from these corners that are unexpected. Spring was the one that I saw doing it a ton, especially on split against Sentinels. In that previous run, you saw Juicy do it a little bit there, using that cyber cage against his opponent, so they don't quite know how close he is off the back of his ultimate. And they're using tons of util to clear the site. So they pretty much know that they can isolate and lock down that position with their util.
And I'm dead. To be honest, I'm dead.
Still retained. Woot. Like it might be.
I didn't even work out. Like I did like one push-up, pull up,
towards A main.
20 push-ups,
The line share of the Wolves are going to
walk,
be.
and I'm dead. What the fuck?
Blind is dead.
TP behind the box. Prowler cleared out by Rien, so the op shot hasn't sung out quite just yet. Looking for the quick little scope in there. He's trying to reposition. Wolves are soaring forward onto the site. Benji Fish is going to be taken down though as YU peeks down towards that B site through the connector. Comes away with the kill. Kill found, but more widely slammed shut here in their faces. Wolves are quickly going to pivot away.
Yeah, that kill from YU is huge because it opens up this angle to be more comfortable for this rotate.
It is.
We can try to hold the line somewhere else, but
Their
the drone
map,
here,
though.
not sure if it saw him.
Nope.
He's going to reposition off the
Didn't
back
see
of
him.
that. Try to just catch him off guard. I think they did see him. They pinged it out.
Probably not the spot that you would expect him to fall back into. Who still does get the check. Takes a double take, but comes away with the kill all the same. Cosmic
What a
Divide
clear.
invested though, so they can safely get the plant down. Knives now going to be popped
Spike
from Wu
planted.
as they get ready to go 4v3 into the retake. Wu just here, opposite side of the wall. Dimensional drifts. Going to be coming through, gets body blocked. They're actually letting them out for a brief little moment, but the players are still going to be spotted all the same. It's all the info here for his teammates. Trying to send the flashes, drops out of this
What are
one,
we
but
doing?
trying to wide
Who was that,
swing.
Miniboo?
Baby says absolutely not. Doesn't give the opportunity. Woot still does manage
You are
to swing
stupid.
around the pillar.
One
Find the
enemy
shot.
remaining.
Spring flushed out through the smoke. It all comes down to Lysor.
Obscuring vision.
Who will swiftly dispatch.
First flash was good. The second flash was
Timeout
nowhere
works for
near him.
Heretics.
Why would he even
Gap
stick
once
it?
again, 3 rounds.
Yeah, just beautiful util usage here from the Heretics. Getting that identification onto YU's position over an Art, kind of being at least somewhat mentally prepared that he could be around that corner. Boo was checking it as he was swinging. YU, no chance. Nice attempt by Miniboo, but the flash never really connected. It's too
One
bad.
enemy remaining.
And then they're able to just kind of understand, hey, there's only 2 more. They're both in alley.
Nice, guys.
Just lock that down.
Let's go.
3 rounds away from tying up the Wolves. Starting to look good. And let's see if they can keep it going. Still have that op. Still at A main.
One from a Nero, one from a Hunter's Fury. As narrow margin to try to find that shot. Lysor actually trying to hold this angle. Wu just disrespects it. Goes out, finds the kill. And Juicy's just gonna get sprayed down by Rienz. The wheels are coming off now as Heretics. They are finding their groove. There's nothing more to be done here.
I mean, those were like
See if
half
that
of them were
spring
just
and
spam
just
kills.
Try to lock a position down and hold on to these weapons.
They
You
have no
gotta
money
stay
though.
here.
The red team.
Got to keep these guns into the next round. Like that Woot changes up his play round to round with the operator. Previously, he had just fallen right back after taking that opening shot. This time, he dips back through and catches Lysor off guard, takes that kill. That starts putting the pressure on the Wolves. They're trying to spread the map, and it just does not go their way. And that's something that the Wolves can struggle with. They're a team that likes to try to send out multiple feelers, trying to figure out where the open space is, using a couple different players.
30 seconds
and
left.
if they can win those individual battles off that individual skill, looks great. If they can't, things just kind of fall apart, and they're left in a position like this where they have to hold on to their guns for an extended period of time in the round.
We'll be able to retain them. No one really storming out to try to hunt them down.
10 seconds left.
Heretics not wanting to take any risks whatsoever, but it will be a flawless as the gap closes one step at a time. 8 rounds now picked up for the side of Heretics. Wolves going to be scratching their heads as they find their economy down in the dumps.
Yeah, this is starting to look really nice for Heretics. That timeout had worked a treat for them, and now it's actually going to be a counter timeout. I was curious how much longer they were going to hold on to this, but the gap narrowed to 2. That seems to be the moment that Fade wants to get the ship back under control, get it steered in the right direction again. Don't want to let this Heretics team get hot. That is when they get scary.
They have been steadily becoming more and more alive. I mean, look at the recovery from Woot. He was bottom of the charts for quite some time. Now finds himself 12, 13, and 2.
I think the
over
Woot
Rams
is
and
red.
Benji.
Can't lie.
Run back on this Jet. On this defending side, overall has been quite good, but
I read somewhere that he doesn't want to learn lineups while playing
and
initiative.
Boo have just been very good this whole way throughout. Key reasons why Heretics are playing this so very closely.
Yeah, really consistent. And if you can get some of those rounds from Benji Fishy, where he just shuts you out with his tremendous rifling. Saw it on Icebox against Paper Rex, where he was just able to single-handedly just claw a couple away from his opponents. We know what he can do when he's on fire with those rifles. He is so darn accurate. He can lock down that position over towards B link. Because that seems to be, I think, where the Wolves want to try. They've been really trying to brute force their way through A main. Haven't been able to find much success in that direction.
Honestly, economy not in a great position, but 2 decent ultimates to try to make a thrifty go of it. They have the Nightfall as well as the Steel Garden available, so they're in position to clear out the site, take these guns out of the hands of Woot and Benji Fishy. There's a possibility here for Wolves.
Yeah, and they're trying to spread out a little bit. They're going to give up this space a little bit intentionally, and that's a good shot for Woot.
It is. Benji, of course, does have the shorty behind here, just ready to play off his own trip. I'm going out, the rush coming through.
What?
But it's still going to be a good amount of damage. Delta's weapon gets recovered. Rienz gets taken down. Suddenly, sights open up. Woot's still here, though. Basically shoulder to shoulder with him. The peek on the angle. Lysor instantaneous with a headshot.
It is winnable.
Sheriff coming up huge. Mini
Never
move
mind.
drops down, finds one, gets out. Now, only has 30 HP. Barring a miracle, my God, I think Wolves have actually done it. As Miniboo, yeah, he's gonna back away. He doesn't want to try to go for this. The thrifty to come through with just the 2
They get the orb out of that too?
weapons. The
Absolutely
ult's working a treat. Wolves
And
will be
he's going
2
for the
round wins
hunt.
away from taking Pearl.
Now, once again, it seems like Heretics trying to avoid those ults as best as they can. And I think Benji Fishy has a decent idea there. Oh, you gonna guess?
Shoot it!
No. Spring
What?
is just
Why is he surprised too? He went AFK. He's like, what?
wait until the last
That is so unlucky,
millisecond
man.
to make him think that he was safe, to think that he was going to survive, to hold on to the weapon before he tears everything away from him.
fat. Eating some of those shorty
Oh,
bullets.
he
Teammate
saw him.
finds a double kill with 10 HP again. Did that against Sentinels with a Sheriff. The clutch around. This one just breaks the site open. Even Spring's a little bit surprised there that he got that last kill.
This is a full-blown guess, and that means that Heretics are going to be sending the final timeout of this map. Once again, down by 3 rounds. Need 5 in a row if they want to avoid OT.
Now you've got some tough decisions to make. You know, how are you going to change up that defense on the B site? You're doing a great job locking out A. Now you got to find ways to stall and react a little bit better. Of course, there aren't going to be those same ults in play just quite yet for the side of Wolves, but in general, giving up a lot of space at Link really opened things up for the Wolves to make that execute. And for now,
They be dropping shit, but we be dropping hot as shit.
Somebody time.
yeah, how
That's
much was left on that clock?
absurd.
Oh.
Pretty much all in on this one. Only a couple players on the side of Heretics with a decent economy.
You have to consider you dropped that op over as well. So you have to be a little bit extra careful, because you know that's still going to be in their hands. It's in YU's hands for this round.
To utilize it still, though, is Woot. Hadrian's clear the haunt. YU swinging is going to be at a disadvantage. Woot is able to go ahead and come away with the kill. 4v5 now for Wolves. Needed if they want to get up to map point right here and now.
Seen some great positioning early in the rounds for Heretics, and that's a nice shot from Miniboo.
Swing out, Juicy. Dead. Hunter Spirit from Rienz. Coming away absolutely monstrously. That baby going to be taken down. Lysor tagged to 70. Once again, I think Spring and Lysor just going to have to stay tucked together, find a safe place, and try to ride out these remaining 40 seconds.
This is just on a knife's edge. It feels like every time one of these teams might start to run away with things,
30
everyone's
seconds
able
left.
to punch back. The Wolves there going to scoop that op back up and try to fall back into some safety. See if Heretics can maybe find some last-second gun steal of their own if they wanted to go hunting. Boo's got plenty of money, so he could be the one to make a go of it
10
potentially.
seconds left.
But for now, it seems like they're content to stay, but just locking down mid there. I mean, this is, you were able to shut down Juicy from getting through towards B Link, kind of one of those pain points from the previous round. So things are getting addressed here very quickly. Another nice timeout for Heretics. Absolutely effective.
Going down without a fight. It's a really nice vertical flick there from Woot. The necessary one, it feels like. But from there, the round just absolutely gets away
down, mid.
from Wolves. Quickly turns to chaos. They end up drowning in it.
You're going to hang on to that op at the very least. Benji Fishy does have a neural theft. Another ult that's currently online. Boo went away from his, though. Could get a cosmic divide here in some fashion. I don't suspect the Tour de Force is going to be used this round, but you never know. Stranger things. Still holding on to all of his util. Just content to try to see if this time Heretics get a little bit more aggressive on that mid control, but it is very far back. These positions for Heretics are near their spawn.
Clear on the Prowler. Just gonna go ahead and take the gate.
Wanna play
crash.
safe there?
Set up.
Surprise.
Off the B access. Seems like that's going to be the call to rotate made here for Wolves. As they go stomping across towards this A site. Trip's going to be set up on that art exit over towards stairs, and now you've got Woot on a line back by Flowers, staring into A main.
The Heretics are trying to make decisions off negative information, meaning they don't have much. They're going to get a rude awakening here in a second.
Woot on the push. Fake goes through, looking for him. Position on the off. C's going to be going in.
Ooh, Benji.
Pushes forward, mows down 2. Neural depth now going to get the ping reveal here. Spring is
a
desperately
jiggle.
trying to break through. The repeat here from Woot is able to
Enemy
find it.
remaining.
Riens takes down Lysor, and that leaves just YU left standing now. The time is just not going to be there for him.
I have the spike.
Spike is
10
picked up,
seconds
but
left.
it's just too precarious a position to try to make a play.
Saving the up.
Instead, he'll just hold on to the operator, or try to. As he falls down to 59, the push coming through from Boo off the flank, and somehow YU does not read that at all. Up, lost. Tour de force behind, yes, but Heretics are one round away from tying things up.
Dude, Woot with this operator is so fearsome right now. And then Benji Fishy steps in.
Nah, this was all
Needed to
Benji.
see some of those big plays from him, and he's Johnny on the
Enemy
spot.
remaining.
Gets the neural theft to boot. And then that is easy pickings for the rest of Team Heretics. They've got all the info they need to cut Wolves apart.
You want to play? Let's play.
Now he's up on the box here. This is such a cheeky angle.
Just changing around the positions.
Good flash, though.
Actually, good flash.
Able to confirm a bit. As a dimensional drift gets the spot out on one of the more critical players here to try to identify. Two back behind the pillar. Juicy now exiting, sees him. He's just lingering here within the cage. Benji on the
Now
opposite
he's stuck.
side. Smoke's obfuscating all. Boot finds the offset onto one, pushes the smoke. Shorty out, Lysor dead. Pops the bladestorm immediately. Tails went back up through B long. Repeats. Shot goes a little bit wide.
What are
Spring
we
is able to
doing,
collect one.
bro?
Juicy back over at Halls.
Spike down B.
Finds the kills. It's just mini Boo.
You really
But
just
Spring
wasted
will
an
deny.
ult because you wanted to fucking show off?
Chaos abound, but Wolves this time thrive in it as they get themselves up
Actually,
to
a
map
stupid
point.
move.
That is absolute madness there.
If you had a
Not a nice
dash,
edge.
just get out.
Some of those
Take
shots
another
just could have
angle or
landed
play
one
for your
way or
team.
another.
Play with your
Maybe
team.
Woot hits that op shot onto Spring, and it could be a very different round. It looked like he was just going to take this
And if
round
you're
over.
going to use
Switching
Blade
into that
Storm, then
Blade
don't
but
op.
The pressure was on. Juicy stuck in the cyber cage, and he still manages to outdo Benji Fishy there.
Spike
Just another great round off the back of that dimensional drift for
We're off to the
Juicy.
races. It
Told
would
you,
seem.
bro, he's
Looking
actually
for fight
retarded.
here over at A main, and YU comes
Maybe he
alive
is retarded.
and sits them down. Boo frantically backpedaling the Prowler on the chase. The spot out on Riens over by Art. The Thorns at stairs. They hold him back. They spray him dead through the smoke. As the spike gets planted, Wolves absolutely crank up the pace here on the round. 2v4. As the Nightfall gets the connection.
Gotta
And
go
one
for
for
the ult.
Wolves. Disconnected into main. Their own Cosmic Divide going to be used. Wrap around coming through. Fat Baby trying to arrive over towards Art. The push out coming through.
And
they're
Dido.
both shot dead. 13 to 10. Wolves take the opening map in this elimination series.
They came in with a lot of confidence to start 4 rounds in a row. Since then, it was a lot of back and forth, but that start was good enough to get them over the line on their map pick of Pearl.
Big glow up though from Heretics compared to the last outing on Pearl. Now they have their map pick of loads coming up next. We'll see if we can get a tied up series when we come back.
Let's see the.
You have OGs brutal as today.
Yeah, we have Vans for sure.
Oh yeah, he's
Okay, like he's on the team.
Yeah, but I feel like he would have more fun, kind of, hyping it up. Whoever we play against. No, how about you put?
Whoever wins actually deserves it, and it's going to be a great game.
We've heard the Heretics players speak about their own win condition.
Drilling it in. They need to have
Back. We're so back.
I actually love the Jet Yoru comp versus how Wolves like to play. Now, Heretics are starting on a
Needs to be
Storming. Good at lead. Wolves to the conclusion that this A side's about to be attacked. All
Yeah,
like,
that is
trades it
not-
up.
That is not the round.
got the catch. I even just
Has to
died
be an
the
equal,
call.
right?
Concerning with Lysor.
Things down towards mini.
Sneaky play behind the box, but and able. And he, once again, stepping in there. A little concerning with Lysor. Try to make a sneaky play behind the box, but at the end of the day,
These
extra vice. So it is. You have some options.
attempt there. Tell you. Face wants to play with this come away. 9. And that is
Because
Remaining.
no, this is the guy who
Back. Need that
see
back.
how they fare. He hits the one. Pushes forward into the smoke hole. Only Dark players
Oh,
thinking
how will
about
I
this.
know which round you're
Finishes
talking
off
about?
converting. Very closely fought one.
Maybe this? Yes, darling early,
Give
right?
me a
Considering coming out the pause. Three Sheriffs, a frenzy. Gonna get a little touch of damage there, but Spring will be able to snap one for the head. Basically,
got
Maybe
two
after this?
inside a link
out. Does get taken.
real soon.
Mysore obviously here, hearing that. Does get pinged down. Two-player drift. Maybe to the corner. That's going to be the transfer connecting. Rian's with another headshot, though. Now finds himself in a 1v2 situation, trying to clutch us out. Weapon recovered. The Nebula, however, dissipating. Gets the spot out, finds the kill.
Holy nice try
Similar,
though.
great job.
And the win
Ultimate.
here to clear this out for him. So we'll just go for a bit of a timing peek before the quick exit. It's back around the corner. Hunter's here. Man, stay safe. Many
I mean, not this one. Though.
players.
Aggressive round where they just. That's inherent. Main control, have a dimensional drift and a cosmic
this?
divide of their own. Quick dash forward. Main control established in a spot there. Onto Spring.
Spot with no punish, but that
Main control, have a dimensional drift and a cosmic divide of their own. For YU. Do have a dimensional drift and a cosmic divide of their own.
One blind, one dart. One dash, one smoke,
Quick dash forward.
one TP.
Main control established in a spot there.
All
Onto
that
Spring.
just to get the orb.
punish, but that allows for mini boot. Just go ahead.
One shock
Grab
dart.
Another orb. Two charges towards the next dimensional drift. Juicy has his online cosmic divide there for Wolves.
And that's it.
wouldn't mind
And then we
seeing the
just give up the
Heretics try to
space. I mean, we are holding it,
Isolate
but you know what I
YU
mean,
again
right?
and try to punish him.
We did
In the previous
nothing.
round, he looked a little
That is
shaky with the
crazy.
snipers.
That is actually crazy.
Maybe that's an angle that you can find to really start pushing the Wolves' buttons a bit. But instead, looks like they're going to set up for an A crunch. They're going to have a little bit of info on this. Here comes the dimensional drift from Juicy.
Checks
Just
into
saw the
A-main,
back.
Spotting out the two players. The others getting ready to strike in. Now advancing forward through hard. Juicy maybe exiting that, trying to make them
You are divided.
constantly consider the flank in from behind. Cosmic Divide going to be invested as well here at Spring. The cubby.
Surely, I think
For
they
a
won.
wall bang attempt as the plank gets ready to come through. Otherwise, it's just going to be providing audio here for the team and moved up and over the top. Ends up getting taken down. Shots on Ariane's not quite going to connect. Gets himself out alive as the spike does get planted. That does give a player advantage here to the side of Wolves. Full flash coming through, but Icewood just kind of pushed forward in front of the walls. All crumbling to pieces.
Exactly what I said. He did great to get two, but that third knife peek was purely to kill clip farm. I'm not even saying that knife peek. Why would he? Like, why would he knife and then peek with a op? I mean, let me show you. Which round was it? It was 11 something, right?
Call to rotate on a line.
Easy pick to cut. Drift for
We're off to the
Juicy.
races, it would seem. They're looking for a fight here.
It was the one.
Be long. Short.
Okay, this is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
Light. Smokes obfuscating all.
Did great.
Boom finds you off, on the
Holy
one.
shit, he did
Shorty
amazing.
out. Lights are dead.
Takes out
Lights are
knife.
easily, Tails went back.
And then peeks with the peeks with the op.
Long.
Bro, you have knife. Just white peek and just go.
Peaks. Shot goes a little bit wide.
And he right clicks that. Oh my god.
Went back up through B long. Three peaks. Shot goes a little bit wide.
Was it a right click?
Really. Repeat. Oh. Shot.
But that's what I'm talking about, bro. Like, why? Just don't even peek with the off first time. Just go with the knife. White peek, run and gun, bro. You have knives. He needs the clips in the gym. Yeah, that was Clip. Fucking kidding me? Hates you are a fat retard. Oh, bro, what am I reading? Bro, I am so annoyed by this. Model was a D. He was the goat. Not even the demon, bro. He was the goat on Chamber. Illusioner advisor name checks out.
Wide. Look at the comparison on Pearl. Like,
That was Butio. Butio. Who is Butio? Damn, Butio, you gotta step up. Ma. Brother. Na 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 na. If Benji plays good,
Well,
Heretics
because
win. Benji
Heretics,
doesn't
there's no one
perform.
else that has
Not
more
even good. If
experience playing
Benji
against
plays
this club and
like
understanding them than
insanely
Heretics.
well,
Yeah, maybe
Heretics
Wolves
win.
should put
If
an
he
extra,
doesn't, then
or not an extra wrinkle, but
It's
maybe
that-
they shouldn't play
their own
exactly how I was
condition is
describing
that
earlier, because
Benji
Team
being
Heretics
a
could
beast.
very well be super prepared for that uber slow style.
I've never
Sorry,
seen
what?
Heretics.
Fade Rian's Viper? Sorry.
Well, that just completely went under the
Just-
radar.
Heretics do
just
good when
thought
Benji
that
is
is,
not
what-
only performing
Hold on,
good.
sorry. Carry on.
Are you okay
My
with
brain
this?
is lagging. My brain is lagging.
Can you get us up to speed and have some faith in the swap?
Yes, we're map 3. Here we go, baby. Over to you, Achilles on Favorson.
Thank you very much. Never a cleaner toss than that one,
that a
Yinsu.
paper Rex?
Let's go ahead and get into this second map here in our first elimination series of Masters Toronto. Wolves in the lead, 13-10 win on Pearl. As the disc was just talking about, paper thin, Heretics have a ton of experience playing against this comp.
No doubt about it. This should be right in the Heretics' wheelhouse. I mean, they were 2-0 on this map in EMEA in Stage 1, but they were playing very different comps like the desk was talking about. So they, they're going to come into something different, but it still should be familiar. It's still going to be mostly what you're seeing last year. So this should be very much in their wheelhouse. I don't have many doubts right now about Team Heretics with this comp. I think the real question is just the mental right now for them. They haven't won a pistol. They've been getting shellacked sometimes, in a lot of these different rounds where it looks like they have advantages and they can't capitalize. And the shooting for the Wolves is really on point today. Obviously Spring is a known quantity at this point. He's consistently just top fragging for this squad, but Juicy stepping up big time when they switched over to that attacker side.
Yeah, needs to maintain that performance if they're going to be looking for a 2-0. Did have a quick little crash in the lobby, but everybody's getting back in, loaded up, and we should have everything underway here in just a couple seconds, so bear with us, guys. Hate to tease and tantalize a little bit longer. We all want to get into the action here on Lotus. See if Heretics can, in fact, give us that map 3.
I feel like it's going to happen, but man, the Wolves are just so good. When they're kind of all on the same page, when they're playing together, this team can do some real damage. And you could see on that previous map, they have some great coordination. They have some great executes set up that are just absolutely smothering, so difficult to deal with. So for Heretics, this, again, mental game for me. That's all this really is right now, is you got to get angry or whatever, or hype, whatever it takes to get you back into this match. Whatever your team's, vibe needs to be, the players and the coaches need to find it, and they need to get it going right now.
Benji fragging.
Especially for this pistol.
Yeah, like I said, 0-6 in that regard. The pistols have not been in their favor. We'll see if they can start rewriting that script, as we are now ready to go ahead and hop into Lotus. Toronto, you guys ready? Alrighty, well, here we go. Barriers will drop. There's Mini Boot forward position out here on the mountain.
He's maybe going to get some pressure. They've got a lot of options to take this mound space with the fade, with the omen, with the raise. See what they got dialed up, or if they're just going to try to dry peek this corner.
We win this pistol.
Who's going to be ready with a paranoia, try to stave them off. On up and over the top, going to be a quick little clear there. Last pack exit. I believe Boo in a spot where he can try to catch somebody off guard, but
Placing swarm grenade.
instead it's going to be a pivot
Swarm
cross
grenade
now
out.
Oh my
towards
tummy
A
hurts so
lobby
much.
here for Wolves.
Yeah, they, in their last pistol round, Wolves spread the map and had Lysor solo plant on B and kind of crumbled underneath Sen. So let's see if they try to stick together a little bit more on this one. All it took was that blast pack, and that was enough to make them think that the other side of the map was going to be better. A bit of noise made here, door open.
Do you read and expect? Potential double stack. Looks like the push forward in towards Tree. Not going to be coming through, so Spring maybe not going to be caught here in the trap like good. Let's end up hearing two players in that position. Paranoia.
That's a really good B main.
YU going to be held at bay here
takeover,
for the moment as paint shells go through, and now they're once again going to have to put the crossover on towards this A side. The vulnerable there, bounding forward. Lysor able to find the first. Juicy gets the second. Benji Fish and Riens have been knocked out.
One player
Weapons
advantage.
upgraded time. Ticking down, but still plenty
10 seconds left.
to get the spike in
planted.
play.
Now we are
3v4 now for the retake with Mini Boo.
Moving
Down
on
22,
with
back turn, and
And
YU now
now
striking on the
everything,
flank.
we're losing
Spots
everything.
out another one, goes unpunished. Boo desperately trying to get himself over towards the site to spray into the smoke. Not finding much,
Ooh,
but Boo
Boo,
comes
okay.
away with a second kill. Right clicks here, able to find them as Juicy gets himself a 3K.
Damn, bro,
and
we had
Wolves
one player advantage,
continue
by
to
the way.
deny pistol wins from the Heretics.
Okay, now I'm concerned. Now I'm concerned for Heretics. Things are just not going their way on these pistols, and it is the Wolves looking so smart in this round. I think learning from their mistakes against Sentinels, making sure that they're sticking together, being really sure of the space that they've been given. And again, it comes off the back of CU Fat, the way that he's using that fade util to clear a site, to call the reinforcements over to go for that plant.
They did drop the anti-eco at the second half of
Fair.
so still going to be a concern, as there is going to be a very heavy death ball coming their way, but high-low setup here. Wolves are anticipating this.
Just one Sheriff for Riens. That's the only buy-up this time around for Heretics. Marshall.
He's dead over at the A side of the map. Some noise to be made. Paranoia going to be sent. Prowler getting a catch onto one. Swing out.
That is a good trade, bro.
Spike here in the hands of this player. Going to get dropped, but Lysor swinging around
No,
the side.
Benji.
Hits a
Never
fadeaway
mind.
shot onto Benji Fish with the final bullet.
Still good trades.
Push forward, looks for a little bit more, but will
That
be
was a
spring
good-
to take
good
it away.
fight.
Two
Armor
casualties,
buy,
a bit of damage
guns
going to be
buy.
dealt here, but Wolves this
I
time
think
not
that's
dropping the anti-eco.
A good eco.
Now, all in all,
And eco.
you're not too fussed about that as the Wolves. A few kills there for Heretics, but the trap didn't really convert into any further damage. Let's see this. Wow,
Timing.
Spring, just
That's
the timing,
unreal.
yeah. The guy just is so dialed in.
If Benji gets this kill, oh, it's
Enemy remaining.
That's a nice readjustment there from Lysor, too, to find that headshot. He's got the fist pumping for Fade.
If he doesn't, I mean, you're looking at only 2 players surviving. Hell of a worse feeling going into this bonus as they look for a conversion. Turret set up for contact in B.
Here's a gun that gave Heretics a lot of problems.
Spots him out. You see good amount of damage going to be in there on the entry. Paint shells lobbed in. Boombot similarly to try to scout. Doesn't want to try to push this angle
What?
towards Baby Door with the judge
How
in
did
hand.
Wood-
Who's able to find one, but
What?
Spring does
How
get
did
rid
Wood
of both. So
die?
the trade on the fades at the end of it all. Spike now planted 4v4. Couple players though tagged up.
Spam? Or was he
Laying
just
low on the side of
speaking?
Wolves.
This Judge still in play. Right around the corner.
Smoke going to be cycled in. Spring going to be taken down. And Juicy does manage to find one. Lysor gets the other player, Baby Door. Now it's just the double approach. Get through the connector.
One enemy
Lysor.
remaining.
Oh, they're just getting spammed out through the smoke. The push forward. Benji going to be good for 2.
Ooh, he
as
did
does
get
find
2
YU, but
though.
Juicy with another 3K.
That was a
2
nice try.
charges from having his showstopper online. And a bonus conversion as Wolves start things off 3-0 once again.
I'm loving what we're seeing from the Wolves today. I can feel the confidence that Fade was telling me about before the map even started. It is the way that they are working together, the way that they're holding these crossfire angles. They're putting the right guns in the right spot. They're spamming at the right time. They're understanding their opponents so well. They have such a good read, and it is just another hot start on the attacker side for Juicy. He has been a world.
Oh my
No
goodness.
way!
Spring. Looking for a
That
little
is
bit more.
insane.
Does find some damage. They're still going to try to just shove forward, overwhelm, and eventually they will be able to do so.
Wood might be the pistol king.
YU is going to stop them from getting value off of his fallen comrade's weapon. Gets a kill onto one, gets a spot onto Wood, still swings out for the challenge. Looking for the kill, will not be able to find it. Riens trying to hold things down here at C, but it's just too
But I
much
want this knife.
opposition. Once again,
This was my
4-0
favorite. This is
start
my
for
favorite
Wolves.
knife.
His Wolves team is looking to make an upset. They are just
Okay, now he's just
fearsome.
teasing me.
I mean,
This fucker
Spring.
is just teasing me now. I don't know how he heard me. Fucking
Mechanical
stream
got there,
sniper.
got the dink and got the fade away as he was going back behind the toxic screen, and Lysor winning one on the other side. Sure, Spring ends up going down, but YU on the job to make sure that that gun's not recovered and there's no big problems behind it. Now you've got a showstopper for Juicy. Let's see if they're gonna go for it right off the rip.
Season 8 avoided. Minor little slow up here on the approach.
Tremendous patience being shown.
Trying to Figure out exactly what their angle of approach is going to be here. One little shot through the one-way. YU does get a connection onto Miniboo. In the meantime, Spring a lurk forward towards the A orb.
That's so scary. And he's gonna not hear much, not see much. So they're gonna try to readjust into that direction, try to open themselves up for a pivot, but I like the way Heretics is maneuvering to try to cut this off.
Showstopper up and over the top, dodging this out. And Rien's out into the open, just no way
What
to
an
escape. Juicy finds the kill. Benji Fishy, however, plays forward into the smoke, gets a catch on the live sword, hits the spike on the floor for a brief little moment as the C's goes at him. But now the call can come through from YU. Pivot into B. The site is open.
Yep.
So Baby Door will get broken. So Fat Baby just going to stay tucked here at tree, looking for the linger, looking for this backstab play. They're suspicious about it, but do they have the read? They're going to try to double clear him. They nearly line up.
What was that jump?
In the end, the trade is there, a 3v3.
I think the nerves
Held
getting
advantage
to move.
in the hands of Wolves.
Not much util to speak of. A couple blast packs and a haunt.
I'll find you.
Benji can find one. It would give him a lockdown. Hate to have to commit that here. Won't get the opportunity. Builds up the ultimate in death.
Damn, bro, they're playing too
Two
well.
players surviving. Wolves 5-0.
It's just tremendous
Playing very well.
patience being shown by the Wolves. Not at just the beginning of the round to avoid the C's nade, a little thing like that, but then the pivot over off of the space that Spring is taking. And when Heretics tries to collapse, Heretics has 2 on B, 2 on A. They're ready for this A hit to try to get some flanks going. They're able to find this showstopper and then realize, whoa, 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 there's way too much going on. Benji Fishy already here behind the pillar on site. Let's go over to B. We think that might be open now. And it is a beautiful call again. I mean, CU Fat is on point as the IGL here, as Heretics gonna rip a timeout. And
You have
to. You need to.
Juicy is 8-1-3 here at the moment. Once again, knocked back economically, but this has to be the moment for the timeout. You need to start getting some round wins. Yes, you're starting on the defending side. Typically, that's going to be the weaker. We do have some anomalous teams out there.
Sure.
Genji being one of them.
Sentinels.
But aside from that, you also are about to have 5 ultimates available. It's just a pit from Rien's that isn't online. Everything else is at their disposal. You need to make sure that when you commit them, you're going to get value. It's going to lead to a win, that you're not going to oversend it, only to be faced with a round loss.
It's a really nice looking opportunity for a Thrifty for Heretics, and it would be a much needed one to say the least. But you're getting close to Spring's ult. That Viper's Pit would be a real thorn in the side. You know, you're running a bunch of Sheriffs and a Stinger. Not exactly what you would want to try to flood your way through, but you do have some ability to clear it with the lockdown, the Nightfall Showstopper, so there's counter punches if Spring does get that ult available.
Bring them down.
For now, Benji clearing the util and spam at, but just gonna fall back. You got Rien's there with him, one away from his Viper's Pit as well. Let's see if they're just gonna commit.
Uncleared.
Oh.
Sees nade, and that is just Rien's dead to rights. No way to escape. Juicy, a bad spot. Does get vulnerable. Does not get away from that nanoswarm. Benji Fishy now re-swinging around the back.
What are we
The second
doing,
kill,
bro?
but actually is going to be flushed
We
out.
whiffed
Somebody
the
was
most
trying to take it
easiest
down.
rocket
Spring
ever.
Still standing, still delivering. It's the commitment of the showstopper. Not going to be finding
Spike
the
planted.
value that was so desperately needed. Boo now alone with just this Sheriff in hand.
Gun here.
Turret set up over the top.
Cover going out.
Paranoia is not going to connect. And YU is instantaneous with a headshot.
Minimoo
Puts
missed
them down
the
nice and easy.
easiest rocket ever.
6-0. Wolves just looking absolutely electric.
I mean, other than a little bit of a body there by Liza.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I saw it and I was like, oh
He
no.
made up for it.
He did.
He killed the Rays.
I mean, the funny thing about
That's
this
too
round is,
funny.
you know, Benji Fishy gets those 2 kills, and that makes Heretics think they could pull the showstopper. They whiff on it, and then it still ends up being the Wolves round, and just a little bit.
A little bit more space. Still 4 ultimates here. As Wolves just never really at risk of getting caught by these C's nade combos. Seems like they always know where they're going to be coming from. They're always playing back, waiting for that util to get dumped early.
Yeah. You know, Team Heretics is trying to guess at the Wolves' tendencies, and they have not found any success on that.
Prowler going to be cleared up and over
Dies,
the top goes
right?
Juicy and Benji Fishy will be able to sit him down. Entry power taken out of their hands here. So that is the best possible start to the round here for
Took
the
us
side of
6
Heretics.
rounds to wake up.
Yeah, this is probably one of those rounds where Wolves are just feeling it, feel like they can do whatever they want on the map, but Juicy all on his own when he got into the site.
Yep.
Gonna try to pivot towards me a bit.
Miniboo, though, with the retuck, gets himself on the side. They're going to try to go for the 90-degree clear outs. Can't find either of them. Miniboo standing tall. It was
30
Fat
seconds
Baby
left.
last one standing, so it seems like Heretics here will at long last get themselves a round win. There's a long road ahead of them, but being able to get this just on rifling, just on util, not on ultimates, that is a big boon for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And still, they could do a lot of
10
damage in
seconds
this
left.
defender side. Yes, Wolves already have 6, but you can run 4 or 5 in this one. You're going to be feeling okay going into your attacker side. So this is a good start. Good first foot forward for the Wolves. Or excuse me, for the Heretics. And the Wolves going to have to try to figure out a little bit of what they want to do. You're one away from the Nightfall, and then you've got a lockdown of your own. So Viper Spit as well. So you've got a lot of counter punches, and immediately a
Wolves-
timeout is ripped.
Yeah, Wolves are calling a timeout.
What I.
Wow.
Enemy remaining.
And
I mean, I think
by round, we have to build the castle, you know, brick by brick.
absolutely. Absolutely. But I think to me, this is just some of the things that I saw in the
I need
vibes
to
when I
go
was
wash
watching
them
the
all.
Wolves is when they start getting these like individual plays, when they try to go for these big moments where they don't necessarily have the right information, they don't necessarily have their right setups or kind of understanding of where their opponents are, and they just try to make something, they just try to force a play.
yeah, I think this is just one of those things where it's like, okay, I can hear the players talking. I think they're getting a little bit antsy. They're not sticking to the structure that we had set up ahead of time coming into this series. So I want to intervene and make sure that we're sticking to the script. But it does also give the coaching staff from Heretics the opportunity to get back into the players' ears and, you know, feed them information based on what they've witnessed. So it does come at a risk. We'll see what happens coming in off the back of this one. There's plenty of ults available here to both sides. One charge away for a Nightfall.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be looking at a very similar array of ultimates for both teams potentially. Just depends on if they're able to get an orb or a plant over or CU Fat or even a kill. They're going back to this 4-1 setup that they love to run at the beginning of the rounds. Again, Season 8 combo attempted early. Rian's just waiting for the pit, and he's going to rip it. See what the response is going to be. Are they going to
Could be
go
a
for it?
lockdown. I mean,
Yeah.
could just be lockdown for lockdown stalemate here on the C site.
Calling my bot. Initiated.
And that is exactly what is going to happen. And
Bomb grenade
if you're
out.
Wolves, you say, okay, we get 2 ults out of you, we can get 1 out of us, we back away. This is giving up a good amount of space and control over towards a site, though. Rubble firmly in the hands here of Heretics.
Not going to fall for the detain bait.
This has dropped the pit. Why you just hits it straight onto Rien, so even if the pit hadn't already fallen, certainly would have now.
Oh, and they dodged the Nightfall, too. They had backed out a mound.
But now that they've dodged that, that could force the pivot from Heretics. They might take this as false information. Blew up and over the top. Spike is going to be brought over towards this side, it would seem. As it's just going to be a TP into the site to get the plant down and
30
spring.
seconds left.
Flushes out Boo. Benji and Wu, in all likelihood, should just try to go for the save here. Looks like Wu will at least take a peek.
One enemy
He
remaining.
will be noted and dealt with at the door. Benji Fishy has to just walk away. Wolves, the timeout call. It ends up working a treat.
It's brilliant. I mean, just the way that they immediately are ready to counter that Viper's Pit. And you said it, 2 for 1. That's just a wonderful timeout call there by Fade. Reading into Team Heretics very nicely. And then they're able to work to the other side of the map. That TP from Lysor really opens things up for them. Spring wins a big duel against Boo. He has just been so reliable. He is just an absolute menace over there on A, whether he's just creating attention or setting up for the lurks, getting information. And then on the other side here, just the timing. Just the timing. Rien's had knife out and just running forward. Got cut down. And there's Spring.
One enemy remaining.
Nettie's over there. YU holding the line. That's what you love to see from the Wolves. Just smart play. We know they can shoot. They're looking for some kind of maybe fast B hit here.
Toxins going up.
Find into the side, try to get a pinch on anybody who might be hit with a vulnerable. It's going to be the Boom bot chasing over towards Mini Boo.
To get the Season 8 out again.
Ultimately, they're going to be happy with that. Smoke about to dissipate. Boo going to try to cycle this one back through. Is Nightfall going to be committed on to B? Quick little pick out. Boo comes away with 2. Spring and YU both going to be taken down. Too Fat Baby concerned about a potential push out from Mound.
Sent the Nightfall, tried to sell a fake. They do have a heavy rotation over to this A side. Now they may be challenging Benji.
And still full util setup, double nano in the alarm bot. Situated here on the entryway. Turret gets cleared though. That draws the attention of Benji Fishy back over towards B.
So relaxed.
Peek into the connector.
Actually relaxed.
Lysor at the ready, but will end up going wide.
You know
He's coming down, dodges the haunt.
1-7.
Smoke going to be coming through. Juicy pressured here from
30
multiple
seconds
angles
left.
now. Fights back in, finds the first, tries to look for a little bit more. Was trying to go for a 180 flick, but does end up getting picked off there by Rien's. 2v3 now. Benji tagged to 72. This would be a back-breaking round loss for Heretics.
They don't have any util. Just gonna have to dry peek through.
Lysor should be dead on this angle if he swings out. Shots flying his way. It's the smoke set up to push into the smoke, and Fat Baby unable to find the shots, and they know exactly where
Come
the
on,
open is at.
7-5. We win.
Push forward, Woot winning out the fight.
Second
3
half
players
easily.
surviving. Heretics find their second round win.
Yeah, just Boo this time, taking matters into his own hand over at A Rubble. Gets those 2 huge kills. Snappy shots from the IGL of Heretics.
Seconds left.
That really opens up a lot of space for them. Good work by the Wolves to find some open of their own, but numbers were not in their favor.
Nice! Let's go, guys. Let's go. 5 rounds and we're Gucci, okay?
Yep, absolutely.
That is true. That's what I said.
Totally agree. If they can string 3 in a row now, you're going to feel good about it. Still sitting on the Viper's Pit for Spring, but plenty of money for the Rifles, for the side of Wolves. Another big A contest here.
Uh-oh, this time, Wolves not quite ready for it.
Very well played.
Season 8 gets the catch. Spray down on the Juicy. 2
Come on,
players
2 more.
dead off the rip of the round.
They win.
Heretics very well poised to get that third
Totally
round
right.
win now.
Finally, it comes through for Heretics.
Even if you start making this close, Mini Boo has the showstopper. So as long as he's not dead early, that is going to be a hefty concern. The high-low here on the corner. That Baby just trying to clear out this util. Prowler around the back. Not going to note anyone.
There's just nothing being given up here by the Heretics. They've got everything on lockdown. Complete map control in their favor. This one looks extremely difficult to do. Alarm bot right on the other side there for this double stack.
Alarm bot cleared. Spots them both out. Finds the first, finds the second. Showstopper going to be sent. And that's going to be Spring.
30
While
seconds.
you
Had to
dead
use
simultaneously.
Showstopper dear.
Tuck around the
We
corner
really
here.
used the showstopper in a 5v2, by the way.
Too Fat Baby now in a 1v3.
Damn. I would like to say that's a win for Wolves.
1-7-3 here at the moment. Swings in, spots the first, tries to get the transition, cannot do so.
2v1 now.
Sees grabbing him, trying to pull him in a little bit deeper, but
Okay.
Spike just cannot be planted fast enough.
From
Will
2v5
arrive,
from
they make a good run of it, they
1v2.
make it close, but Heretics will get the round win all the same. 3-7 now, still, that's 7-5, a possibility.
Yeah, if you can get these early advantages, Team Heretics are good for it. Just finally able to find that timing, find that moment. Wolves decided to try to turn up the tempo a little bit at the start of the round when the barriers drop. I mean,
These
jeez,
were
YU.
two nice shots.
That is brilliant work from that angle. Showstopper
remaining.
was there,
Nice, good job.
and it's the one that takes him out.
Bro, that was unfortunate. Like,
So I think I'd like to see Wolves
Unfortunate.
pump the brakes a little bit here. Take things a little
Two
bit
more.
slower. See if they can find their open space on the
Well,
map. Uh-oh.
What a
They went
what a
from reading
combo.
these to disrespecting them and being punished by it.
Shadows traveling.
Oh,
They
boy.
did. Off the very start, YU getting spammed down through the Viper wall at B. It's another rocky start to the round here.
And now you have no ability to gather info. You're just going to have to brute force your way through something. Taking their time.
Cover going out.
Benji's been a thorn in their side.
Creep across, Nano gonna be sent out. He's gonna be able to find lines at the same time. Benji Fishy
Please
holding
don't
down
give
this
them
C
any more
site.
kills. Any who has
YU
money.
trying
who
to
has
grab
a lot
this
of money
orb
though.
and gets the ult. Either with this or in death, but this way he can try to go for a save perhaps.
Just get mini boo and orbs right at this point.
Absolutely would like to save.
So he's just gonna creep up, see if he can spot anything out.
It also, you have them can't buy.
Challenge into the smoke. One goes out deeper, but yeah, just nothing realistically to be done here in this position. Heretics, once again, coming alive, starting to run things back. A fourth round win.
You can't get
10
caught by
seconds
these
left.
seized nades anymore. Got to wait out the beginning of the round a little bit. You know, I know there that maybe you think you're safe. Oh, hold the phone.
We'll be able to find a little kill here onto Woot, but nobody else really in position to try to find a punish. So YU going to be fine to go ahead and hold on to his weapon here. Lysor able to escape, but getting a bit too antsy here. Get too aggressive. It's costing him dearly.
Benji really, really good here on this seaside defense in a couple of these rounds. Able to find a ton of
Second kill
impact.
with Molly.
Nano's in good spots. Positioning, excellent. He has been really annoying to deal with for the Wolves. Do have a Nightfall, but for Woot on the side of Heretics. Showstopper though for Juicy. Lockdown as well. Of course, still that Viper's Pit for Spring. No seized nade this time. Patience being shown here by Heretics. They've dipped into that well enough. They've gotten their value.
Lockdown going to be sent here off the rip. Brienne's going to try to reposition, wants to take a more aggro position here. As it shows up now, going to be invested. Some damage going to be suffered, but Brienne's
I mean, that's a
able to
good
find one
trade.
before getting taken down. Nobody detained. The Nightfall out in response. That's going to connect onto absolutely everyone here on the side of Wolves. As many people
What a
goes
retake.
chasing forward, gets themselves here on the site, and they don't know what's hitting them.
What a
A
retake.
blink and you miss it retake. Heretics deny the plant and they rescue the half.
And that is exactly what the Heretics needed. That is what the doctor ordered. They are right back in this thing.
10-5 is a great half. After that
Wolves are
performance,
gonna
I
be
mean not
kicking
performance, but
themselves,
after
given
that
the lead that
start.
they had established. 6-0.
Can't even just-
Point. We'll see though, pistols have been on their side. We'll see if that continues when we come back after halftime.
C. One enemy remaining.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced the
Oh, that's what. No cam. Vaping.
Okay, hold on, be right back. Alright.
Alright. Ninja is back to
Where is she?
Fortnite.
Oh my god, she's down low? I think she's dead. I think that's... Oh, yeah, she is dead. This is her coin.
That's her medallion, yeah.
Man, I'll take it.
It would have the little crosshair icon next to it if she was like killable.
Ah. Okay. Shots?
First shot.
Is Fortnite still relevant? Was always playing. Ooh, Piolo. Bolo. Still playing Rainbow Six Siege.
Can't even see no cams. Where the hell are these drones?
They're drones at armor.
My nitro.
He's not playing pro anymore, right?
I like the
Let's go VLR. The cope. Damn, bro, EMA. Come on, Fanatics, you gotta back up the boys now. Gotta win it for them.
Retail placement really likes to cluster
I
things
won't
together,
talk
get that
shit
kind
to
of
EMA
overlap
unless
between the
we see Fnatic
nanoswarms.
play.
Yeah. And if you get the alarm bot bone out as well, then, well, you just basically guarantee the kill. We'll see what happens, though. Heretics have not been able to find any pistol wins so far in the tournament. Can this be their first as they look to take this all the way to Ascent?
Just the alarm bot at the front of the door, the turret over at B. 3 players over at A, but there's a smoke there slowing them down.
And I'm going to be lobbed in here as they try to go for the entry. Prowler just block out some of these bullets, though. Want you forced to reposition. He'll get taken down. Woot there through the wall.
I mean,
Down to
surely we
size.
win the
3v5
first pistol now, right?
Looking for the retake, and overall, players on Heretic still pretty damn healthy. It's just Miniboo down to 54.
This has to be crazy from the side of Wolves. Still have the paranoia. Still have the haunt.
Wall will fall. Paranoia to try to clear out the close angles here, but no one going to get blinded up by that. A paint shell available for Juicy. Sends that around the bend. Miniboo going to eat even more damage, now down to 18. The kills still not yet being found. Lineup is there, though. Juicy finding 2. Pushes forward into the smoke.
1v2.
Able to flush him out. Lysor now all alone. Gets the reload off the smoke. Gone. Tries to line it up. Finds the headshot. But needs to go for the stick here. Tries to go for the turn. Benji Fishy. He's going to try to just jump shot him here with a ghost. He's just able to make it happen.
Jumps on his location and spam.
Barely gets them over the line. As Heretics will find their first pistol win of the tournament.
Oh, he thought it's over.
It's a great opener here off the back of the fade util. Miniboo just hold a W. Takes Spring with him. And then
was the
wall.
Omen?
They know
Almost
they've got
2.
YU pinned on the stairs. Just
Wait, he didn't
barely
even
gets the
actually
wall
see
bang
him very
headshot.
well.
And that is an absolute nail.
But who's that Omen? He almost 2, man.
Stressing out, and I cannot blame
Ooh,
him.
what's happening, bro?
Oh, man.
Shouldn't you be the most disciplined out of all them all?
I mean, it's very necessary to instill some hope. Some pressure over towards C. Lysor going to be caught. Bounces out of the snake bite, but eats so much damage, down to 22.
You go back.
Really wants to do everything he can to keep that hidden position, but I don't think
spotted.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I mean, Renz maybe now thinks that it's clear, but given the smoke, you have to assume And he could still be in that spot.
Toxins going up.
He's definitely wary of it.
Door chipped away at. Prowler not going to be able to go deep enough to actually fully clear it out, but if Miniboo sends a paint shell,
Need that.
you'll almost certainly have the Omen dead.
Yeah, now you know.
Well, yep, got the re-reveal. There's the old C's nade, and Lysor's dead. Overkill? Maybe, but still able to go ahead and lock that one in. Mood on entry, right click to the face, not going to be able to find the elimination.
Getting a kill is very
It's just going to
important.
be Juicy left alone.
You get one kill with nade and
See if he
one
can
other kill you
be
already
able to
have.
find any kind of damage here. Is Miniboo likely going to be sent out on the hunt? Yep, does get the swap on the Ghost. 3 charges from having a showstopper online. And jiggle out. He'll get 1 charge no matter what. And he'll get it in a kill as he keeps himself alive. Flawless round here in the anti-eco. Heretics have now tied us up at 7-7.
Yeah, the methodology here for Heretics is A+, no notes. That is just so diligent. Making sure that that trick position never comes to fruition. I mean, maybe there was a chance there for Spring, but Woot able to crouch down, hold it down. Miniboo finds the final.
Juicy.
A little tap of the monitor. See you back and find some energy there.
2-12-3. It's been a brutal run for him.
I mean, a guy who is so impactful in the fragging department. Deep,
The lineup.
deep.
Where does it
Nano
land?
being set up, but right at the door is the Nano and the alarm bot here for Wolves.
Oh, it landed there. That's
He's going to
nice
be avoided
lineup.
as YU and Spring able to find 1 apiece.
Yeah, we just going.
Solid starting trying to shut down a bonus conversion, but they're not ready for Boo
Never
to be
mind.
here. Paranoia not going to connect though.
Wait,
Spring will mow down the remainders.
It didn't connect.
Gets
How?
himself a
Wait,
4K.
I mean, of course,
Saves the round from
it
being
didn't connect, but
catastrophic. Just the 1
that's just
casualty
unlucky.
as Wolves regain the lead.
Yeah, just a nice classic C setup here. Some of that util at the front door to stall things up. One player up on the platform, another at the stairs.
Ah, that is so unlucky.
Set up that crossfire. Spring, given those opportunities, will collect most of the time. And let's get on your feet, see if you can get the energy going. Right now, feels like it is all Heretics. They have really come alive. Miniboo is the showstopper as well. And they want to use that C's nade to try to see if they could catch it early, but Team Heretics not even thinking that direction.
It does buy them space for Juicy to grab the Orbit A, so now he himself is 1 away from having a showstopper online.
Swarm grenade out.
So things could get a bit chaotic here if he's able to find it.
Swarm grenade.
That is
Nano
crazy
line up
lineup,
and
bro.
over the top. Looking for the setup here as the
Look where it
showstopper gets
lands,
pulled and
bro.
Miniboo's immediately dealt with. Response, however,
C.
from his big brother, still looking good. Gets himself a double kill as Rienz finds another. 1 HP, but this plant can come through.
Spike planted.
Spamming, looking to try to find any kind of straight kill, but it's able to be avoided. Rewrap needed as Lysor rotates around towards the back. You see trying to entry here from the front. Alarm bot giving away at least 1 position. Moves forward into the smoke. Paranoia gonna be good for 2 players. Bounce around the corner. Showstopper now gonna be sent. Knows that he's gonna be close. Finds the kill. Another paint shell built up. Sent, thrown here at his feet. And Juicy
Damn,
absolutely
bro. What a blind, what a
demolishes.
replay.
That is unreal. Unreal from Juicy. For a moment, I thought they might consider a save. But Juicy's having none of it.
Timeout.
And that Paranoia, absolutely perfect. It doesn't get any better than that from Lysor. The opener here,
That's
a
a
little bit of a
second-
misguess at the
second
beginning of the
wasted
round. The
from
Killjoy util, a lot of it was actually at the front of B site here for the Wolves. So that actually opened up this extra space, and Heretics are able to just flood through and get that man advantage, but man advantage be damned. Juicy comes through again.
And immediately the timeout call here. Sent from Heretics. Down by 2 rounds. Wanting to try to pull off a recovery. They know how costly that round is going to be. They know how much that's going to impact them. Having that immediate shutdown on the showstopper. Losing that critical ultimate.
and then losing a man advantage in the post plant. And yeah, Juicy's able to get the showstopper, you know, off of that kill. Like you talked about, that orb that he picked up, critical in that round. Just little things. These little things kind of snowball.
Had he been one charge further away, like you
Doesn't
said,
happen.
going for a save might even be the call for him.
Yeah.
When you're that close,
why not?
Juicy decides to roll the dice.
He had like 200 or 300 credits. I was looking at the economy to see if they really were going to heavily commit to it, but Wolves are very aggressive. You know, you see it a lot, even in, you know, 2v4s. They'll try to go for pickoffs. They'll try to get into positions where they can do damage even when the round is basically over. And they find their moments and they catch you off guard.
A little bit of a force here. Half armors for everyone. Stinger, Sheriff, a Phantom, and a Vandal in hand here for Heretics. TP forward, Boo. Noted and dealt with. Lysor able to just go ahead, TP out towards safety.
These are these rounds for the Heretics where they commit a little bit of extra of their economy. Something that can cost them if they can't convert. But they have so much confidence in their own ability. Let's see if they can get it done.
Your lone flash now gone. An escorting utility of the Paranoia taken out of their hands. Potential pivot into B, given that they do have Benji Fishy kind of lingering his way in. If he's able to hit a heater of a Sheriff shot here, will just be the clear on the KJ turret instead as he backs off.
And now you've got a hell of a pinch set up. This does turn into an A hit. The Wolves are just trying to keep it hidden. Still have the C's in CU Fat's hands. Just trying to wait this out. Let maybe Benji Fishy try to create a little bit of attention on the other side of the map.
Oh no, they know it's still there.
Spotted out though.
30 seconds left.
Manages to hold him back. This flank not going to be able to come to fruition. Taps the door. We still have Spring hovering nearby to try to watch that. Benji re-wrapping his Lysor. Able to find one. Does eventually get flushed out the Vandal, finding value. Mans comes away with the kill. Mini boot up and over the top of rope. Finds a kill there. Is Spike Plant going to be interrupted? And now it's on the floor. Spring going absolutely monstrous. A tap of the plant. The time.
Bro, how
it's just not there.
do they keep
It's already
losing?
over. YU has to do nothing else.
How do they keep losing?
Wolves get to double digits.
Spring is unbelievable. The game sense that he has. His mechanics are gorgeous, but his ability to just pivot on a dime here in this opening kill for Lysor. Very nice. He gets a second. Then I was a bit worried the forces were pulled over. Look at this from Spring. One. Oh my God.
Range.
That is
Brains, he should have stayed.
otherworldly.
Yeah.
I feel ya.
Just turned around, shot the other guy. And now, to add insult to injury, there's an Odin in the mix here from Lysor. Wanting to just tell them, nope, not this site.
Heavy investment, though, for the Wolves. Heretics can get this round.
Placing swarm grenade.
They might be able to start turning the economy advantage into their favor. Sending out some smokes. Again, trying to buy as much attention as they can on this C side. It worked a bit, actually. They pulled some players off of A. It opened up a little bit of space for them. They just got shut down by Spring and Lysor.
Nano to clear some nanos there at C. Alarm bot's going to be set up. Staring at each other. As the Odin continuously ringing out. However, 52 rounds remaining for Lysor.
Cover going out.
It's a little bit of damage there on the Miniboo, but certainly not the big value that he wanted to get from this Odin as he continues to run lower and lower on bullets. Push forward towards the door. Juicy going to try to hold things down here.
Oh, what a Paranoia.
The Paranoia locks him in position. Hasn't seen anything though. The gun barrel just on the side. The swing in. Miniboo wins the fight. The B site.
At the fall back, bro. We
almost
saw
for the
like
taking, but YU on the repeat.
What are we doing,
It's the enemy raised there in midair.
do something.
Fine, not going to go deep
Delay
enough to be able
them
to get the
more.
hit there
Go
on the
back,
Spike
play with your
Plant
team.
can be committed to. Hit now, locking off Baby Door. As Lysor says, all right, I'll just reposition. TP's towards upper, joins in alongside Shoot That Baby. Spring finds one. Benji Fishy going to be taken down. Two of the remaining players here inside of the pit. Push around in from behind, looking to try to find the Viper, and they found him.
They just can't
Just
win.
Boo now to try to clutch it out. Push on the smoke.
No,
and he cannot
Boo,
find it.
what?
YU with
Nah, the
covering
nerves are hitting,
fire.
Boo.
My ultimate is ready.
Allows them to get the defuse. Wolves 2
Definitely
rounds away
hitting, Boo.
from sending Heretics home.
They are so cool, calm, and collected in this retake. A nice opener there, but then a response from YU. The pit is down, and who else but Spring to knock the first player out. And then he realizes where that Viper is. His other teammates are dying for the cause. They're trading along the way.
Damn, bro.
He knows exactly where
Actually could have
Rian's
placed
was
it.
to get that kill.
Actually, he
And then
wouldn't
boom.
have, but
I thought maybe
at
he
least
might get the timing there. They
getting
weren't
one there
guessing
would have
initially
been,
in the
like,
right direction, but
confidence
YU
or
spins on a
anything.
dime.
And Mini Boo's dead off the rip. The C8 combo doing wonders. Lysor will get caught as Boo. Able to trade it back, find
Nice, good
some
trade.
revenge here for his brother. Again, it's such a critical pick. The entry power gone. Now ults may have to be committed, where previously they could be saved.
Now you can let C be a little more open. It's so much harder to take C without a raise. You can commit these forces to this A side. Obviously, you know they're there. Obviously, they've been making a bunch of noise. You can lean a little bit further in that direction. Get that lockdown ready. YU gonna be sitting on that ultimate, just waiting for his opportunity. With this turret being cleared. A little bit of another kind of fake here from Benji.
Here the Prowler, good spam out. Reading that spot behind the tree. Juicy does
3v4.
Player advantage now here for the side of Heretics.
Face your fear.
So Nightfall will go across. It's going to connect on the 2. Spring, shoot that baby both. Getting their audio taken away from them, holding on a wider angle. The C's not quite going to be able to connect. Woot desperately trying to get a breakthrough.
Why did we just...
YU at the same time has arrived, has a lockdown, but might not want to commit it into the round quite just
Why
yet.
did we throw it all the way?
Plan coming in, Spring trying to run this down, trying to get the interrupt, is unable to do so. Looks to try to isolate, but it's just too many targets. 4 players alive. Heretics, a very solid bounce back. They break the win streak from Wolves. They slow the pace a bit.
They're just sort of able to outguess some of these positions. Sees nade early. A nice TP from Boo. Through the smoke, catches his opponent, his other Omen counterpart off guard, and Lysor.
Boo is...
And they're just swarming the site. That Nightfall brilliant
Even
gives them all
that
the
kill,
information
bro,
they
he
need
almost whiffed everything.
to calmly move their way
I feel
forward.
like bad and sad for him.
Get in there.
He's a really good.
It's going to be an eco here.
He and
Benji
Benji are probably the
YU.
2 players I love
Boo
this.
going to grab an
love
outlaw
in this
then,
team the most.
knowing the economic situation that his opponents are in, and it will be one shot onto every player of Wolves.
Turret down.
Turret going to be cleared out. I mean, a 5-man death ball push out towards Mound, forcing Penchy Fishy away and back in with the rest of the team. Trying to get a retake going from here. Going to prove to be rather difficult. See if they're going to be able to make a go of this. It's just YU back through the defender spawn. Everybody else pushing forward in towards A lobby. Benji Fishy going to be good for one. The Paranoid connecting, holding down M1, runs out of bullets. Swaps over onto the Classic, gets a right-click kill. Juicy will be able to put him down. Weapon now scooped up. This Prowler will go on the chase, but with the drop down, Mini Boo finds the kill, spots out the other.
Remaining.
And it's going to be 2 easily delivered eliminations.
Just speak through it.
So YU is going to try to drift out of this poison orb, but doesn't quite have vision. Rienz cleans it up. 1 casualty, another round win. Heretics 2 away from tying it up. This map is not done yet.
This has been another solid comeback for the Heretics. Are they going to be able to find a little bit more, just like they did in the first half? See if they can catch up, close it out, force overtime. Who knows? Benji playing that angle very, very nicely, and this Outlaw is such a powerful spot. Just gets tons of value. Nothing YU can do there. So no, thought maybe there'd be a timeout considered. Back into the Odin. Spring, along with YU.
Holding wide. It's tucked back over in towards the site, though. Not taking any risks, nor are Heretics, given the pre-fire on the box.
Some early rotations, though, from the Wolves. Double stack in the front of B door just in case. Wu is sitting with the spike, but he plops it down by pillars. That kind of is the direction they're thinking about. Turret on the other side there.
Well,
I mean,
think
that has
they
been the
know
consistent
they have
position. I've
KJ
seen
on-
Heretics clear it with a nano before with Benji.
They're planning to
So they pinged
play
it out
like
again,
full
so
post
I
plan
suspect that that's something that they're
or
going to be
something like that.
diligent about here, but you can see YU ready and waiting with his ult.
Like 3 ultimates
Wants
versus
to try to shut them out of his sight. Here goes a Nightfall.
Just on a timing.
It was
Bit of
3, but he
information
just
gonna be
used it,
gathered
so
there.
it's-
This does allow for Heretics to just pump the brakes a little bit. Slow down the approach. This is going to be a showstopper.
30 seconds left.
Sent out here from Miniboo. There's answering showstopper going to be set, but
Ooh, what a
Miniboo,
diff.
he's ahead of the curve on this one. Juicy taken down. Lockdown's going to be exchanged here on both sides. Fed maybe able to find one. The spray on the Odin, only going to be good for a singular kill.
Down B.
Root dead, but Spring still playing forward here. Rotates around the back and catches Boo unaware.
The time.
The detain is there, but the time is certainly not.
I got the spike.
Benji Fishy just now picks it up, but the round was already done and dusted once again. The clock betrays Heretics, and Wolves now find themselves at match point.
That is just wild.
I
mean,
think
tremendous
Wu
patience
played it
being
really
shown by
well.
Wolves, but they're
Played
playing
it
B
perfect.
so much of this round.
And I
mean,
think he's
Juicy
thinking what
and
I'm
CU
thinking
Fat
right
are
now.
just ready the
And
whole
maybe
time
we should have just played for the
at the
kill.
connector.
Because if
And then the cross lockdown.
I get
Spring is
detained, he
able
gets
to
detained.
spring forward. The infinitely sharp knife of time
But then I think he realized it too
cuts
late.
the
Even
Heretics again.
if I was or any good player
Chinese
was
third
in,
seed
in
looking to take
Wu's
down
shoes
EMEA
right there,
second.
he would have not thought
Heretics
of
need
that.
3 rounds in a
It's
row
just an afterthought.
to force this
Something
into
you could have
overtime.
done better, but like,
The opportunity, the
in the heat of
chance
the
to
moment,
try
it's very difficult.
to then take us to a set. Nanoswarm's coming through. Miniboo
no.
going to be getting cooked as Yuko is able to find 2. Tibet Baby finds Rien's. It's just Miniboo and Benji Fishy against the world. Juicy in the corner. Reload necessary. Spike in hand here. Where do they try to go? Tap on the door to try to instill some doubt. Is smoke going to be cycled over?
Seems
I
like
would have
Wolves are going to
gone
give them the
broke at
opportunity
turret.
to get the plant potentially. But when are they going to make their move? They're not giving them the opportunity to find
Great
any
sound.
freebies.
Either side
Last
with much
player
util.
standing.
But Miniboo dead. Benji Fishy 10 HP
Wow, he still hit him with a
versus
headshot.
3. 30
left.
seconds.
Go away, go away,
Even
go
with a
away,
pivot
go
onto
away.
the B side, they're going to be able to rewrap. He's going to try to fake it out, but they have a numbers advantage. Juicy scaling forward, makes some noise. Benji Fishy hears it, and he cannot make it happen. 13 to 9, 2-0 fashion. Here in the Great White North, Wolves are the apex predator as they eliminate Heretics from Masters Toronto.
Unbelievable. The performance that this team put on today, absolutely incredible. And CU Fat almost falling to his knees. Who would have thought that the number 3 seed from China would take down the number 2 seed from EMEA in 2-0 fashion? Incredible stuff. Hot starts on both maps, and they are able to close it out.
CU
This
Fat.
team
It's his
looks
highest score.
damn good, and they are looking to see if they can find their way into the playoffs.
Commiserations for Heretics, but elation here for the Wolves. What an incredible showing from playing
Cake. Ooh. Nah, like Fnatic, right? Oh my god, written subject. Get it? I don't get it. Let's go Wolverhampton. Relegate the entire region. But I wanted to see when does Sen and all playoffs. When is playoffs? We get that. In case it bad. Damn, bro. What an upset. Give me a second. You guys watch ads. Yo. Linigami, Icebox, Sunset, and Split. MIBR selects Icebox.
Invented the lurking meta on this map, taking crazy timings, and now everyone looks to those days back in 2022 and how he played.
This is going to be one of the most fun maps to watch, I think, because for different reasons, right? You highlighted the AWP versus the IGL. This is going to be a map where Nats is going to have to call around that AWP pressure of Osbosses so beautifully. So it's going to be individual play out of MIBR, out of their star, and Nats to lead his team.
And just to iterate how important it is for Nats to be back for Liquid and the fans, if you're not in the venue right now, there's a group of ultras just standing behind the stage, singing, cheering, screaming their heads off. I can understand why they're excited. We're very excited. More importantly, Team Liquid, thank God for banning the Pearl. Thank God
you're happy to
won
see
the
that,
MEA
Yinsu.
team. But the map choice is also them picking the Sunset. There's some interesting things going on.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how that pans out, but honestly, for me, I really am just so interested in this Icebox because of what we saw Team Liquid play on it the last time with the triple smokes comp, playing no duelist, right? Like, is there going to be some element of that they're locking in? Was that a one-off? How does Penny fit into the roster? There are so many questions left to be answered from Team Liquid.
I'm gonna bet on the fact that there's gonna be a bit of a return to normalcy with Nats coming in, right? It's like the teacher coming back in after the substitute teacher was in before. He's gonna come in, okay, we're gonna run what we were usually running before and bring everyone back into a normal state.
So you don't want to see Nats play Clove? Is that what you're saying?
I did not say that. But I mean, when you think Nats, who do you think? You think Cypher?
Yeah.
You think Viper? And I've always been such a huge fan of that, so I would love to see it again here.
And the Viper Harbor, that could be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what we're seeing from MIBR. I think, like, looking at this coming in, it's like, all of a sudden, you have so many opportunities for Nats to come in and hard anti-MIBR, because you've seen so many times this team playing the map, Osbos loving this map historically, whereas on the other side, you don't really know what you're going to get from TL.
And it's honestly, I wonder what you can really do in terms of game planning from Fraud here. I think a lot of it is going to be reliant on the players in the server and how they react and how versatile they can be. And here we are with the live agent select.
Yeah, you can't come in and wear a Leo shirt and expect me not to have that kind of reaction. But like we said, live agent select, we have a Reyna hover. I will never say no to an IGL Reyna.
I'll say no to that. Nope.
Wait, Boostio Reyna? You're not a fan of the Boostio Reyna? The audacity.
Yeah, and I'm going to stand by that one. All right. Honestly, MIBR, there's no way they're switching anything up. Team Liquid, though, that is where my eyes are going to. How they're going to find answers to deal with Osbos's Jet. The Jet is locked in.
The 3 Viper hover is amazing. But Kiko, we should expect him to not be the one to flex off of anything. Right here, with Penny in the line, you can't, unfortunately,
5 hovers. Give it up.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't have 5 Vipers. That would make me very happy, though. I'm a big Viper fan. So if we could do a 5 Vipers on the stage, that'd be great.
Just run a replication here on the Matches Toronto stage. Why not?
Crazy work.
All right.
They're taking their time, though.
They are taking their time. And
this is what I want to see. Penny's on that comfort.
Is that a chamber?
That
It's
is
a chamber.
And
it's a chamber.
Does this mean, I mean, with Harbor locked in, does that mean no Killjoy on this map? Because that would leave a ton of holes.
That's a huge gap in mid that I think MIBR is 100% going to abuse. I understand that Artzine, he's a great IGL. He is going to be utilizing that mid part of the map 100% against this comp.
Very interesting from Team Liquid. I mean, we probably wouldn't have been able to guess this out of all the things they could run.
Yeah, no, the chamber is a huge shocker, but I think just wanting to be able to hold more forward lines and deal with Osbos early in rounds.
Well, we got 2 bonafide legends on stage. Why not bring you guys 2 more in the casting booth? Here's Uber and Wyatt.
Flattery will get you here, Yinsu, that is for sure. Tons on the line here. I mean, the stakes don't get higher for both Liquid and MIBR respectively. Liquid finally have their all-star IGL in the fold, and in an unprecedented move, they've folded in their super sub for this tournament. Penny's come in. Not only that, he's taken pride of place in the Jet role.
We have never seen anything like this at a Masters or Champions tournament before. We've had subs, but then the starter will come back. This is absolute madness. But on the MIBR side, can they get their head back in the game after being destroyed by Gen G? This is a team that Osbos handcrafted put together. They've become the hope of Brazil, and it's because they've brought in some of those very talented Challengers players. Shenum and Cortesia have been lighting teams up throughout their Americas run, but you can see, could see against Gen G, confidence was low. They were getting nervous. This is the first time that they've been on the international stage, and it's time to bounce back, or they're going to have an early exit.
And what's crazy is that these rookies on this MIBR side, they made their debut on the stage in Americas. And, you know, Cortesia, for example, said, I didn't feel nervous at all. I felt confident, I felt right at home, and he was. It showed in his play. Here in Toronto, it's been a different situation. In the press conference, it was pretty low energy. Aspas says, we just ran around the map for an hour and a half. We didn't show anything. Now it's time to show up and show out for MIBR. They're on the attack side of this pistol.
And there's no
let's lock in.
map for them to potentially start on. Their icebox has been unbelievable. 5-0 in VCT Americas.
Kiko going to be challenged early. Cortesia actually looks a little worse for wear. Backing up, giving some space. There's Penny already in front of the home crowd, delivering Panatek through the walls, able to find two.
Penny did.
That leaves Verno and Shannon with it all to do.
Did replace.
Verno getting up top right now with the Sheriff. They're going to always want to press forward. They need to get a kill before they can even try to play. But Verno's just going to get caught on the side.
Nats is just a little too clever for that. Panatek exits the round with 3. And EMEA's number 3 seed are off to the races.
That's back.
Switching up the comp, but getting Penny on his original role. The jet that he was playing when he was with version 1 at Reykjavik years ago. And we have not seen him at a tier 1 level since then. It was a slow decline. He eventually joined up with G2 in Challengers in Americas, had a role swap, went away from the Duelist. They failed to ascend that year. And then after that, you know, just posting, I want to go back to the Duelist. I need to prove myself again. And for 2 years since has been competing in Challengers, has been one of the underrated best duelists there, in my opinion. And it's so cool to see him get this opportunity again. He has been grinding for something like this.
Playing under such a reliable champion IGL. It'll be Penny and Nats over here on the B site early. Nats has a feel for this timing, so going to cut off access to that far side of yellow, but Aspas has already dug Nats out. It's an IGL down. And behind this controller, Util, they're going to go for a plant, but Penny tries to stand his ground. He's overrun. Kiko at least through this gap. Second.
This is the
through the wall as well. And Aki's Team Liquid a real staging ground for a retake. Aspas will be allowed to plant.
A couple guns actually recovered for MIBR, giving them additional opportunity. Guardian for Aspas.
They're lining up. Oh, it doesn't matter. Panatek a little sharper in that instance. And Genom, one of the quietest rookies on this MIBR squad in their debut here in Toronto, has to solve this problem. Camo's waiting for him to come around the corner.
2 down.
That's an anti-eco converted for Liquid.
Listen, that is, of course, just an eco round from MIBR, but I'd like to see, and perhaps I don't want to read this as an early indicator, oversell it, but I like that they've scaled into that site together so fast. Artson was getting really proactive, swinging deep so people could trade off of him. Again, early days, but I do find that juxtaposed to the game against Gen G, where they were slow to go for trades, so fearful to swing for each other.
Penny is taking a very sort of conservative approach to this round, perhaps wanting to get that op in hand as soon as possible, get rolling on this defense side. Orb denied here by the snake bite, so Team Liquid have to respect it. Aspas has already started to inch forward in the jail direction.
That's your very standard util.
What? There's a fucking alarm board there. What are we doing, Panatek? Bro, he is retarded. What are we doing?
Camo off this angle with the Outlaw.
Camo giving another option just to fall off those op lines. Outlaw in hand in this round, though. Snakebite here to try and canvas the point, but it's Camo down already. It's the Outlaw. The game, Code thrown up by Kiko, hoping to make some use of it, but Aspas is ready to fight him in this side. Team Liquid have been denied, and all their good guns have been knocked out of their hands.
The critical reason of why MIBR have had so much success on this Icebox map is how well they play around the harbor.
Aspas blindsided by Nats' emergence from the Cove, but all things considered, a pretty clean play against the bonus round by MIBR.
In addition to the round win, that's going to get Artzin just one orb away from a very early reckoning, which could be absolutely pivotal. winning against Team Liquid, who are about to be on their first buy. Send him on to
We saw BLG's Rushia on this exact map not long ago, being able to chain multiple of those reckonings together in one half.
Already look at this, the energy is different for MIBR right now. Standing up is Artzin, their IGL, having a lot more life than he did against Genji.
He felt like he was countered entirely by that Genji roster, could not show what he was capable of either. It's a clean slate, it's a new day for MIBR. And of course, survival here in Toronto is on the line. Can't afford to make any more mistakes.
There it is. Behind that high tide, Artzin is able to get the orb safely. Drone going deep. Penny wants to reach inside. Doubled up with panic attack. Here comes that ultimate.
Aspas goes up to 410 as well, looking for a bit of an angle around, but Penny dealt with Kotazia.
Bro, fucking YouTube, bro. Why is it this bad, bro?
Pretty comfortably. Through the wall, wrap around the corner, it's going to be Verno, Artazine, and Aspas have a crossfire, and that was clinical deconstruction of Liquid's defense here. Camo's on the outside looking in, and he'll be pursued by young Verno. And brought down.
That is a Team Liquid who opt to try to anchor the site, fully stack it up with as many players as they can. They're staring down the Reckoning, it disrupts their position, and the executes from MIBR on this map are way too clean. Look at Aspas, they're getting top left on screens, able to punish the Sweden players towards Gen. I love that, so well played.
And what a time around to have that Reckoning available. Energy much higher here. We had a press conference, like, it was the most glum display I've seen from this MIBR team. Felt like they weren't able to, I think the most disappointing part for them outside the losses, they couldn't show what they'd already been able to do over in Americas. These guys blew our mind when they first hit the stage out there.
Already at timeout?
Get another round win. Artzin is out of his chair.
Pause,
IGL is getting hyped, trying to keep everybody excited, confident, and they need that. Artzin is an IGL. Also, look, he had that first year with MIBR, and they failed to get much of anything done. He was the one player from that roster that actually remained going into this year because you could see his potential the entire time. And then as kickoff began, he wasn't even the IGL for this team. But when he picked up that role, that's when the team started playing more cohesively. That's when they were able to make that lower final and kickoff, nearly make it to Bangkok, but here, able to qualify for Toronto. He has been pivotal to the success of this squad, and if they want to continue the run here, he's going to need to be IGLing at his absolute best.
And it's worth talking about this Icebox, and in fact, the entire map pool for MIBR, it's in theory quite favorable. They have not conceded more than 8 rounds to any team in Americas on their run here on Icebox. And we had a conversation with Frog the other day, and he said he's very pleased that Sunset's made its way back into the map pool. It feels like that's like a top 2 map for them, one they can really showcase the things that make MIBR, MIBR.
And then after that, if it needs to go to the decider, Split has been in their wheelhouse all year as well, running that double duelist look, even when it was off meta and finding success. That's where Artzin isn't just IGLing, he picks up the Raze and he plays like a demon.
Seeing Frod there as well. In the past, Frod's coaching style has been one where he imposes the structure on the team. He really sets the parameters and has them play his way, but he sort of confided and he said, with Aspas on this team, I can't really go for that. I want to unleash the GOAT, as he put it. I want to let this player show what he's capable of. So now, even he's evolved as a coach to work a little bit more around him. Of course, we had a chance to check in with Penny about subbing in for Nats and what that was like playing in front of a home crowd in his Omen player moment.
I think I played really well, obviously map 2, and that was a surreal feeling, honestly, to have that performance and come out to the home crowd and see the stage and everything like that. And all that stuff, like getting off that stage, everyone was going crazy. It was like a surreal feeling, and yeah, I'm grateful for that.
It's been a while since he's been on a master stage like this. A curveball in hand, but he doesn't need it.
Especially here, the coaching staff on Liquid is great, honestly. The game plans are really clear. I think that was a big part in why the games were so close, because obviously we have had no practice, but we had good game plans and everyone knew what to expect. And I think, like you said, there's no general feeling in the public that I can replace Nats and do what he does, you know? So I think I'd have to come in and do my own thing. And that's what I'm gonna do as long as they need me to play.
Bro, play, man.
And of
What
course,
is this tech
Penny's
boss?
fit in so well that he's been put exactly where he wants to be. We had a minor audio issue down on the stage, which has now been rectified. So round 5 of Icebox beckons with Team Liquid on a bit of an awkward one.
And this team respects Penny so much that they've got him on the duelist, on his primary role over Camo right now.
Frees up Camo to play the more aggressive, sort of util-focused agents. Just like in theory, the chamber. But MIBR, look at how they dissect, break up this A side. Yes, it's against Jerms and pistols, but we saw that in the gun round as well.
One enemy remaining.
Keiko lit up there. All too easy. This one should pass to that event. Nat's hoping for something on the backside here. Cortezia, one of the highest rated players in Americas after his first couple of weeks of play. This guy can shoot heads.
His headshot percentage is always outrageous. That's what people were looking at when he was coming into Americas for the first time this year. He is never getting spray kills, always tapping players down. But Team Liquid on this round, they're going to have some quality ultimates to potentially play for the retake with that Hunter's Fury, Reckoning being one orb away. MIBR are so good at slamming this A site. Their executes are world-class, as good as it gets. Anchoring is an absolute nightmare. So Team Liquid could certainly just want to get out and wait for that spike to be tapped, then get back in with this, Hunter's Fury, disrupt the plant.
Haspas has an encounter with Penny earlier there. The latter sort of respects it, ducks out of the range of those knives, and Shannon has already managed to get so far forward. And bear in mind, not a killjoy set up for Liquid, so they can't just stick a turret here and watch for this push-up kitchen. This could be a problem for the defenders.
Shannon has got into a great position, and MIBR are going to peel away from that A side, given that he's all the way up here. But Nats, oh, he catches Shannon.
Bro, the read by Nats.
Cortezia, though, who has also worked up tube.
Double
lurk coming through. Oh, timing just a bit off.
Spotted out. This hasn't really dissuaded MIBR from drifting over in the B direction to play behind his Viper wall.
Team Liquid, however, they are aware the wall is going to come up. Recon clears out back yellow, so Aspas knows he's safe to move forward. High tide there, rather, is going to cut things off. Hunter's Fury disrupting.
Encounter and Tube definitely brewing. Without the Viper, of course, MIBR can still make use of the harbor wall to get in here. Kiko is down. Nats fighting in the side. Glancing blow from that Blade Storm. Still wants to challenge Aspas and rips him a new one. I just hit a little on the lower side as Penny's been able to pluck Verno out of formation.
This
MIBR
match goes to game 3.
down
We
to
won't
the
be
youngsters.
watching. I'm too sleepy.
Cortezia, 1 versus 4.
Too tired after my work.
Panatic spotted playing out in the open. Penny has the spacing to swing off of it.
Good tech pause.
Keep this one at a simmer. Early encounter over at A. But the play out mid for MIBR doesn't play off. There's just such insane game sense there for Nats to go hunting.
Yeah, that's well done by him to get this opening. And then they use the Hunter's Fury exactly as you want to be using it on this map. Disrupting when the spike was going down. The players have already been rotating towards B. Gives opportunity to find kills. And Cortezia at the end can only isolate one. Has to swing into a high-low while the spike is being diffused. MIBR, obviously at this point though, their economy is so strong, winning a number of near-flawless rounds in a row before that prior. And now lockdown plus a Reckoning to try and keep this momentum going. Break the Team Liquid economy for a one tag.
And a tech in danger. Verno converts it. That had to be a rendezvous there from
blind shot. Accurate,
He's able to avoid that third
100%.
shot of damage, but now the Reckoning
That
comes
was
in
on
because
his head.
Unseen had them rolling.
Hacker.
That's forced
Yeah.
This site should be taken for free. The spike should be going down for free, and then they have the lockdown after the fact. Counter Reckoning. Team Liquid, they want to go in fast at the moment, but they're denied by that Molly temporarily.
They respect it. Now going to make the win through rafters. MIBR have the hot foot. They've got to keep moving. Aspas just can't connect a shot as Artazine on 410 now. Nats will show himself in theory. Just in time, Artazine can connect.
Amazing trades.
Have to lock it down. Camo low in the back corner.
Amazing trades again.
Verno, newest addition to MIBR. Keiko got it to half. One bullet in the chamber. It's not enough. Keiko having to finish it off. Complete the defuse, and that's 2 in a row for TL.
That looked damn close. That one bullet tap. Barely for TL. I like the haste that they were able to get back into the site with the Reckoning. Again, using it at the right time. These ultimates to flood and disrupt rather than trying to anchor against the tsunami of utility that MIBR are going to throw at you. Unfortunately, I believe Cortezia just got entrenched pretty deep in the site
that was
there.
so close though.
There was a multi-kill from Camo off that drop down. So there wasn't a real opportunity to get the lockdown in on the post plant.
But the retakes look interesting for TL because they don't have flashes.
That was so close. That was actually.
The reckoning is a great way to get in, unsettle the team currently holding the site, but after that you've got to contact.
Was not a one.
Yeah, they're basically going to have to hope that the cascades coming out from their harbor will cover up the angles. That'll allow them to get out without having to flash through. MIBR 5 stack today again. They just love hitting this site, and why not? They are very good at it, and they've got the lockdown to free things up. What a shot from Kiko. Able to drop off, get man advantage to play for retake again.
Safe.
And it might be out. Well, they've got the lockdown in. That's fine. Once more, TL respect it. Look at a retake now with a player advantage. Flashes or no, they're going to be favored.
Pretty unique plant spot from Artzin. Doesn't actually have to use the cove for any level of safety. Cascade to assist Shenum, who's playing so far forward.
Covered off the push into screens. Here comes a Viper's pit from the back of the site in theory to give TL a way in. Artzin here's got Camo dead to rights. That was Shenum.
Yeah, we would like to have a wall now.
Needs to find a timing to get out of this pit, but it has been rough. You can see TL don't necessarily have the tools to break in.
Stupid.
Now without the reckoning.
MIBR desperately needed this Shenum. He couldn't get anything started against Gen G, was not able to win out duels, but here in that pressed up position, being supported by additional utility from his harbor IGL, capitalizes. That's just a great multi.
That's
like had a beat up. Hey, right there, catches him out with a lovely headshot too. This is the rookies of MIBR hitting mechanically. We knew they could. Were they going to under the pressure, under the bright lights? And so far, they're stepping up.
Whatever's happened in the last couple of days has allowed it might be able to be more themselves. TL
fake new
to try and get into that A side. It was uncomfortable. Now already they're looking to stack this B side. They've been knocked down to just a hero rifle for Kiko. Cascade up to give MIBR a little bit of a base of operations on the B side, but they're not convinced.
Team Liquid have got 4 players here, plus Kiko. Pretty straightforward when it comes to this attack map, so why not stack when it can't instantly broken? Obviously, Team Liquid not the greatest weapons actually. Spam through.
What a shot.
They're inside the side. This is exactly what MIBR wanted. Trap them in with a high
So this guy Verno is Chris.
Reckoning for Kiko. No plant yet. 48 seconds in the round. They're going to drop down to get the better of Verno. Kiko swing. It's good. Shenum dealt with. Got Tessie and can't hold. And a MasterCard thrifty here for TL. Behind that reckoning.
अपनी शक्ल देखी है हेटर बनने लायक भी नहीं है तो मेरे
That is flattening for MIBR. Kiko is
बताई से यार
कल such a small angle. I love this from MIBR. Look at this proactivity. They're swinging together, but it's CL players, specifically Kiko, even then getting that opening kill.
ऐसे सर खोल दूँगा तेरा किसी दिन
Shenum.
भाई ये थोड़ा रिटार्डेड नहीं लगता ये बंदा चल की अबे चुप कर बे ये बोलते रहती है
Commitment from TL to fully stack investment into the operator for Penny, one of the OG great offers of the NA Valorant scene.
Verno plays off of that dart yet again. Another Hunter's Fury deals with the harbor. That's some stall util now. Taken off the table for Liquid.
If MIBR have one rookie that has had no fear, even against Genji, it has been Verno. He is the moment. These Hunter's Furies have been absolutely lethal, and it's allowing MIBR to slow the game down with that early man advantage. Being Shenum posted up towards A, inserted, while the rest of the team can pivot towards B.
कुछ भी
They have an idea that this is likely happening right now after the noise.
अपनी शक्ल देख एक बार जाके मेकअप लगा पास नौकर यहाँ पे
The alarm bot placement suggests they might not be staying here. Yeah. Send a cascade, pull out, make use of the inserted Shenum over at the A side of the map. Working the map a lot, but running low on time.
Real hope here for TL is up. Penny will be able to catch a player, perhaps on the cross.
How's he going to get in though with this high tide?
30 seconds left.
there's just no way. I mean, does he try to go in front of it?
ये पेनी पता है ये जो पेनी है
How's he supposed to hold an offline in the reckoning? It's not possible.
ये पेनी एक ही गेम खेला है इनके साथ
Oh no, off screens. Aspas had an opportunity.
नैट्स का वो नहीं था वीजा तो इन्हें ये कनाडा में मैच हो रहा है इनने कनाडा का कोई प्लेयर उठाया बोला भाई आ जाओ खेलो हमारे साथ भाई पिछला मैच इतना अच्छा खेला कि अब उसको रख ही लिया किस्मत भाई योगी किस्मत होती है
Camo's going in. He's low enough as it is. It's all the same to him if he decays somewhat to try and take this.
हाँ भाई ये कनाडा का है मैच कनाडा में हो रहा है तो इसका वीजा नहीं लगा तो इनको लास्ट मोमेंट में क्लियर किया था भाई ने इसे उठा लिया जा भाई फिर ये लास्ट गेम किससे था वोल से या किसी से था बहुत अच्छा खेला बहुत अच्छा काफी अच्छा खेला टीम में सबसे अच्छा खेला तो इसे बोल लिया आओ भाई इधर आओ मेरी गोली आओ तुम
so good in those situations. That felt frankly unwinnable and should have been. The reckoning into the Vipers pit to get the site for free. Spike down. They're in a 5 versus 4. That was a great first kill. MIBR was playing some pretty passive positions, so that does allow Team Liquid to get forward, get up top, and then drop into the pit together. But even still,
we cannot retake that ult ever, and we come now. We retake that.
I mean, absolutely.
हाँ यार एक मॉली बहुत ही बेकार है और ऑफ भी एक बार फेंक दिया तो उठा नहीं सकते क्या बकवास है
They do have the Sova to try and spot out what's happening in the Vipers. Penny was forced off the side entirely by that reckoning, and still they managed to figure it out.
He thinks he's in the thick of it. Aspas, bro.
With Penny sort of just fitting in here, but you can see that IGL prowess from Nats, leading his team to a victory in an extremely difficult scenario.
That round as well would have had Team Liquid economically in a terrible situation. Very crucial for them that they won that. I mean, being up 6-4, already having 6 at this juncture on your icebox defense, you will take that all day long.
And they convert a 4 versus 5. Verno hits a fantastic outdraw.
I mean, that was a good pit.
With the Hunter's Fury.
They had no wall, I mean no smoke, so they had to.
The success that MIBR have had on this post-match is when they've been able to fight deep in the site together. They gave up so much there that even despite having the pit, which is
VALORANT account,
Liquid were able to take advantage of that. Operator still in the hands of Penny, and interestingly, it's with 3 other players towards A. I mean, it's super typical you'll have the op here, do something like watch B main while there's an A stack.
हम दोनों को दिलवा रही है.
Proactive behind it, post up with multiple players.
अपने लिए भी एक देख ले, मेरे लिए भी एक देख ले, आंचल दिलवाई.
Boss, top tube. That's going to be under a lot of pressure.
Got Dizzy as well, might swing at the same time. That's
bro, I knew he was going to push the smoke.
This high-low setup thrown out there by MIBR, and Kiko lingers too long in mid. Jedham's starting to gobble him up now.
That's a beautiful bait and switch. Look at the attention that Aspas drew up there. Crosshairs so high up.
And then
the swing from Shannon through window. That was beautiful.
Overloading mid. Now MIBR just retract. Get on out of that part of the map. This will allow Camo to re-clear, but he can only do it via raw contact. Not a great position to be in when you are down 2 versus 4. But he will confirm that MIBR have absconded off to B.
With both the Harbor and the Viper alive heading towards this B site, you know, even if Penny were playing a position like back Snowman perhaps, there's just never going to be an angle to actually get a kill here with the Operator.
Camo made the right choice coming to this site. Penny now going to make us rotate through as they've confirmed it, but Artazine sticks to plant. Now MIBR arranged themselves over around green and yellow.
अगर तू कोई account देगा तो
Camo hopes to
मतलब
show
उसमें
the
कौन
red
सी
light.
skin होनी
There's not a
चाहिए?
lot to see.
मुझे यार champion वाला knife चाहिए वो Karambit champion और
Must-save situation for Team Liquid. They've been taking a bit too much damage on these rounds, still losing 3 on the prior.
It's 6-4.
Carry that op over for the final one.
And despite these back and
6-5,
forth rounds,
6-6, even 6-6
MIBR's
isn't
economy
bad.
has largely remained intact. They've been able to
सही
continue
में पर यार
to
इतनी
buy
अच्छी नहीं
full
है.
loadouts, whereas Liquid have had to mix in a thrifty round to win that out. Couple of these
या तो कोई बहुत अच्छी निकालो मैं अपने main account
and
में
they're
भेज
game
दूँ.
planning for a similar situation now with this 2-gun save.
Knife सा चाहिए कोई बहुत ही
MIBR made this a
बढ़िया.
real competitive half.
हाँ सही में पुरानी skins ही best थी भाई.
Making it difficult.
अब ऐसा लगता है same ही
put them
copy,
down.
same ही effects, almost सब कुछ
Getting
same
the
ही.
6th round feels more important for MIBR here than it does for Team Liquid when you're on this attack half. This was so well played. Look at this from Shannon. Those players just entirely occupied with Osboss. Look at the crosshair there.
That
for
needs
Kiko.
like those free solo forearms to make that kind of correction from low to high. It's not happening.
Last opportunity for a round. Only one ultimate likely going to be used in this round, which is Patatex. And we've seen Team Liquid be really excellent in this situation where they have ults to disrupt the plants, get back in.
Penny wants to play forward with the op again. Cascade, he actually pushes it. Aspas up to jail, which is normally where he heads early in these rounds. Penny wants to linger, at least for the duration of that tailwind. Penny now is going to be here for the long haul as it stands, and Arzine walks into his line. That's a spike
Bro,
drop
you
too.
saw
That
the
information is
support
crucial.
he
MIBR,
had.
They like going for this double lurk with both their Viper and the KJ working mid. Oh, Patatex
Ooh.
Oh man. Cortezia was hoping at least to be
RJ
able to help
is
for
late
window
though,
should be
भाई,
required, but didn't expect Kiko
वो
to
भाई
be in
कहाँ है?
position as well. Big mid presence this round.
RGX
Maybe
blade
response
वाला
to what we just saw from
भाई का
MIBR.
अकाउंट ले ले.
But a stunning start for the EMEA squad.
They really are aware as to how MIBR love to play this area of the map. There's multiple lurks. Kiko is on one right now. The aim is just stunning in this first half.
Look at that. We're all still alive.
He's laying it on thick, folks. Great mid presence there for TL. Thwarts another attempt of MIBR to thrust into that part of the map. And 7 defense side rounds. It starts here with Penny pushing up, taking that shot on Arzine, getting the spike loose.
हाँ. और भाई कैसा है? खाना पीना कैसा चल रहा है? तबीयत कैसी है? चिल अकाउंट है अब.
On the chat with this team is classic agent, and he's showing up. Kiko has been fantastic as well.
Quick break here at half.
Nats की शादी हुई तुम देखा?
Competitive so far, but Liquid have to lead by 2. We'll see you in just a moment.
Aspects are really. हाँ भाई की शादी हुई है. इसमें वो नहीं है ट्विटर. ये भाई की शादी हो गई. वो मूवी देखी है लगे रहो मुन्ना भाई. उसमें वो व्हाइट हाउस के आगे नहीं लगा देता. वैसी फोटो नहीं लग रही एडिट करके. मुन्ना भाई MBBS में होता है. बोलता है व्हाइट हाउस है. वो तो कभी इंडिया आए नहीं, तो एक काम कर व्हाइट हाउस लगा दे. हाँ सही है. ओए यार सही है. भाई ने बोला I'll marry my AI girlfriend.
Coming back into the second half with your Coinbase Econ report. Obviously a measure of just the amount of value you're able to get in terms of damage out of the credits that you spend in a round. And I think that Chamber provides an interesting example of this in this case, because obviously Headhunter is a very deadly weapon you could sort of get filled up for pretty cheap.
Yeah, you can get the tour de force as well. So it's interesting to see Camo didn't have an amazing first half, but also just doesn't need to invest as much into the rounds as the other players. But you know at any point, Camo is the kind of guy that individually can turn up. You know, as for Penny, he on the opposite side, you have the guy investing the most money, but still able to find value with the op as the game went on. So still maintaining a solid econ rating throughout. Now, as we get into this second half, Team Liquid able to get that 7-5 advantage on defense, winning the pistol there. So MIBR, they would love to make that 1-to-1 as far as pistol rounds goes.
MIBR एक भी बार आइस बॉक्स नहीं हारी है. क्या लगता है कमबैक हो जाएगा?
That's his mid-rounding that has really gotten TL ahead of MIBR so far, but on the pistol
लोगों
second
का
half,
कमबैक ही नहीं हो रहा.
And TL have that characteristic B-side group early. Quick ping on Artazine via the L drone.
Aspas still has that dash available, wants to take a duel back yellow, be able to escape and then double up, maybe play a little cross with Artzin right now.
But if Artzin gets overwhelmed, Aspas doesn't have a safe retreat angle, he'll have to stay. Off the line he gets pushed into the cloud burst, Aspas, okay, realizes Penny's there, one shot is good, but Penny emerges with a headshot immediately with a ghost. Cortezia has to get in here. Panatek has slapped him back down to a paltry 8 points of health, and Kiko gets the plant.
These players are so weak right now for TL. Having to wade through a lot of that
And come back at
serious danger. Recon available for Verno. Going to go back yellow. Can it be played off of effectively?
Shannon is walking up on this. He'll have 2 angles to watch, but Camo's made some noise.
Wait, we are not watching yellow?
He's going to try and do it all. Here's Verno, young gun.
Oof.
Not enough. Kiko continues
I
his
मुझे भी
streak of
लगता है
dominance.
लिक्विड निकाल लेगी तो पिस्टल भी जीत गई
Rain of terror from him on Icebox. His aim today as sharp as ever. One of the most talented mechanical shooters coming from Europe.
ये लास्ट में इसने यहाँ पे पीक क्यों नहीं किया
Converted for the side of TL.
भाई थ्रो कर रहा है रिपोर्ट कर दो मेरे ख्याल से
Putting them in a
रिपोर्ट कर दो
really
भाई थ्रो कर
tough
रहा है
position. We know one of the keys to an MIBR victory when they're playing this map
भाई
is
OP
defense, get the economy rolling, get the op in the hands of Aspas. That is always a win con.
So far, this has not played out. Artazine just flies a little bit too close to the sun there, and
करना क्या चाहते हो
sends him out of the round early. The only player over at B, fairly far extended, so MIBR have to quickly get their teams in the But his underport attempt at thwarting TL.
और बचा के VCT के वही जितवा सकता है
Getting thrown down for safety and a very easy plant. Only one sheriff right now for Shenham, so should be a fairly simple cleanup for TL, who have heavily invested into this round. Look at the array of weapons.
खेलता कैसा है अच्छा खेलता है
A round 2 anti-eco. It's very important that they carry this all over for sure. But when they do, if they do, the bonus round is going to be looking deadly.
Yeah, they're in a
वो
such
कहाँ
a
है
good spot, pretty
आजकल
confident that
SK
they're not about to
Rossi
lose these weapons. MIBR may well agree with him because there's
भाई तो
been no
disappear
further
हो गया
attempt from them to get into the
Funny
game.
campaign
Perhaps they
win,
don't
yeah,
really
I
want to be feeding Kiko further because he's already over halfway towards that reckoning. Something that's going to make it ultra hard for MIBR, even on a rifle round, to adequately defend any of these sites. So they'll play the pacifist approach to the rest of this round. And this is now the most rounds that MIBR have conceded on this map compared to what they had in Americas.
Any VCT game prior was only 8. It never happens where we need to see MIBR in a comeback position on Icebox.
भाई तो स्ट्रीम ही नहीं ये नहीं देख अच्छा देख रहे हैं
औरा देखो ये बंदे औरा देखो भाई चैट
औरा
कैमरा के अंदर से
best players of all time. Nats back in the game with them. Goes without saying that this round is must-win for MIBR. Things would absolutely spiral out of control. TL would break their
Happy Pride
economy.
Month.
It should be worth 2 for them if they can convert. And again, just look at how good this bonus round buy is.
Only 2 players with half armor on MIBR, so Nats' options for insta-kills will be a little limited. Verno backs off. He does at least see either Nats or Camo here over towards that A side. And that's almost anticipating a bit of a thrust forward by MIBR, but they are very much of a different mind. Falling back to the extremities of A.
भाई वो किसी टीम के लिए नहीं खेल रहा है इसके
Trying to
रॉसी
get some mid control for Cortezia, but he doesn't ask for much. He's already got the turret.
जी में कौन है
They've very much given up the B site, and they just have passive info gain with that alarm bot under tube. Turret
मैंने भी तो
on
बहुत टाइम
boiler.
बाद Valorant Pro scene
Very
देखा है
prepared for this A hit, ready to
Fnatic
absorb
की
that.
team change हो
Multiple
गई
players back site.
जिनको मैं
Hoping
follow
they
करता था
get that kill. Maybe go for the full retake if that's an opportunity they might have.
The high tide, Aspas gets ahead of it straight away. Cloudburst here for Pinner to play, but Aspas is going to go over the top. Camo's down. Oh, it is! What? Vamos Aspasin! Massive 3-piece. Panatek and Keiko now have to pick up the pieces. And Aspas is still looking for more.
Holy fuck
He has come alive.
One enemy
And
remaining.
Verno will supplement his effort earlier on. 4 for Aspas.
आसपास
And MIBR come alive, not a moment too soon.
गिरा गिरा
We've been
आसपास
waiting for a little bit, perhaps a little bit too long, to see the GOAT make a play like that in Toronto.
GOAT
What
Nah.
on earth was that snap to the player up top? You are joking.
More of that MIBR fans need to see. And again, very nonchalant approach for Aspas. He's been on these stages so many times before.
That is one of the most unbelievable spray transfers I have ever seen in this game. What the hell?
कैसे चाटते हैं भाई? The best spray transfer I've ever seen. The GOAT. Shut the fuck up,
The
bitch.
League in America squad.
It's the first time he actually got more than one kill.
On their map pick of Icebox. Penny gets up on top of Tube early. Spotted the bow by that turret.
Really close to it.
Best spray spot transfer I've ever seen. चुप साले.
That's shoved up here. Can't find the correction in time.
Nats भाई नहीं हारते.
Verno eats the vulnerable and hopes to have an opportunity, but it does not present itself. Nats is out of there.
ऐसे
All the
कैसे
while with that
मिलेंगे?
mid-action. Okay, Artsun does catch out Penny on the retreat. This is getting awkward. Nats is everywhere taking
अरे भाई Nats no हारता.
Shannon, though, we really expect that second player up tube. MIB are also emphasizing their defensive efforts in mid.
Look at Aspas. He's on the long flank right now, but
There's a
Patatek
trade
aware.
Already spotted up by the trademark. Some sound made. Patatek,
Oh,
patient, waiting on this. Aspas!
Oh, GOAT! Oh my god! The GOAT! Best whiff I've ever seen in my life. Why? Because he's the GOAT.
Didn't have a chance. Team Liquid take one big stride forward again.
Disgusting snap from Camo at the end.
मेरे पैसे कहाँ हैं अब?
That's doing the most in that round and doing what he has always done best. Those lurk timings he's finding. Being able to cross through that poison cloud, tucked into this corner. Cortesia not ready for that engagement. Pivots back to Tube, and all the while, he's also just distracting so heavily that off of the high tide Kiko throws into A, they go in and just get a nice free and easy plant.
We barely mentioned it, but there's a reckoning in play as well. Kiko's just been
भाई मैं बहुत थक गया यार आज वर्कआउट के बाद.
round after round.
कुछ किया नहीं हमने, वो अलग बात है. पर भाई मेरा शरीर और मेरे को इतनी थकान हो रही है. एक पुशअप्स और 20 एक पुलअप्स और 20 पुशअप्स से
being an eco for the Brazilian team.
Position forward, still a little low though to capitalize. He has to get out as the spray comes in. He is unhurt though. Camo can clear this mid util and step back a bit. Again, two players trying to work tube.
Camo is hoping someone goes for a reclear. He is daring them to face. Oh, pinged out.
Spray this one. Cortesia steps up.
Bro, we
still
lose
able to
that.
complete the trade.
यार ऐसा
At the
मत
moment,
बोलो.
Shenam, you're starting to think about drifting back towards the epicenter of the action, which is Nats here with the Outlaw up tube.
It is
कर लियो भाई वर्कआउट.
How wide
Oh my god, my GOAT! Greatest whiff ever.
Comfortably, but there was another gun trained on Aspas anyway.
Alright, high tide is going up. Counter high tide from.
What is Nats doing?
हाँ ये पूरा दर्द हो रहा
Trench himself into the
कल
side.
पता चलेगा दर्द फिर.
30
Blood
seconds.
is on the
How?
spiral.
How?
Oh no! Nats!
The Icebox
He's in the
King,
walls.
bro.
And now he's sat right up behind Artazine. This is absolutely going to put the
Ah.
pressure on. Nats breathing down
और
the
ऑफ से
neck.
ज़्यादा तेज मारती है 2 बुलेट. बम बम.
Our sophomore IGL.
Bro, Nats is the king of Icebox.
Look at this. There is a
His
long
lugs,
flank
his
from Shannon
spacing,
coming
everything
around.
is perfect.
He's just trying to ensure that he's
मैंने
not
ये
going
skin
to
तो ले
make
रखी
too
है
much
outlaw
noise,
की,
but the time is
RGS.
dwindling. Artsin just really wants someone to overextend and push towards him. It's not going to come. He's going to have to be the one to get proactive. One of these MIBR players needs to make noise for the other.
He's going for it. Spotted Kiko, though, can't handle him now. Eyes over towards Raft, and Nats challenges him. Gets destroyed. But elsewhere, Shenam was dealt with by Penny. And Artazine could not do more. This is now heading into a 4-alarm fire for MIBR. They've handed over Team Liquid their 11th round. And Liquid are just going up gear after gear.
Camo picked up. Just
So how are we
cannot
losing
get
this?
away with even going 1-for-1 there. Osmos swinging out into the open, faces into multiple players. Really wants to be a hero in that situation. This attack side
That's
has
वो
been
देखनी है
a
resolution.
Nats lurking masterclass.
And he's defying all of the assumptions that MIBR are making about the positioning of CL in the mid-round. They thought that getting rid of, I think Kiko it was, or Camo rather, up tube, that would be it. But Nats was actually doubled up with him, unable to help
Fortnite.
much with that initial fight.
Rainbow
Then
Six
slipped
Siege.
through the net. Shenam had no eyes on him as he rotated over towards A.
Rivals.
when we get back into this.
Hey, rivals hai yaar game.
MIBR on a really bad buy where they're going to
the goated mods of the stream.
Appalling, but they have
I could maybe get more mods.
ton of light armors, weaker rifles.
I need trustworthy people that will actually do the work. Unlike Mr. Iron.
Must come out of this timeout with a strong game plan. They have
भाई मैं Valorant से ban हूँ देखा है?
Look, I'm just looking at Verno right now. He has the most kills in the server at 15. It is one of, or rather, he is one of the youngest
मैंने एक बार
players at
एक लड़का खेल रहा था लड़कियों के टूर्नामेंट मैंने पूछा ये लड़का है सालों ने बैन ही कर दिया मुझे
American player on a team
चूती है Valorant वाले पता नहीं छक्कों की क्या चाटते रहते हैं
This makes no sense. He's fit into the team like a glove and now he's
अभी वो देखा था एक बंदा है और जिसके बारे में पूछ रहा था वो बंदे ने भाई दिखाता हूँ अभी इस मैच के बाद दिखाता हूँ उस बंदे वो बंदा बंदी बन के बंदियों के उसमें खेला भाई टॉप प्लेयर फिर उसमें ही भाई उस पे रेप एलिगेशंस क्या क्या नहीं हो गया भाई वो उन लड़कियों को सेक्स के लिए यूज करता था माय गॉड एस्पेस माय गॉड
goes down early without support and a wide swing into the attackers.
It's just out in the open, caught after the smoke drops. Pretty disastrous. Look at this force from MIBR. There's just two sheriffs.
सही में भाई पैसे कमा लेंगे पता है करियर बन जाएगा भाई बाल बड़े करते हैं खेलना शुरू मेकअप वेकअप भी नहीं लगा था पूरा लड़का था बस बाल बड़े कर रखे थे उसने
As far as stall utility goes, MIBR are well.
और एक लड़की को प्रेग्नेंट भी कर दिया होता साले ऐसी कौन सी लड़की है जो तूने प्रेग्नेंट कर दिया किसी और लड़की को
all drop down. They might look to take multi-phases to contact now into the A site. First challenge. We are Genom taken down. Artazine. Genom's able to find the spacing off of it at least, but Camo's gotten in there. Team Liquid now starting to scrap for the site, and it's only Genom standing under rafters.
बोलते तो क्या बाप
मेरा ऐसी है light armors. They get blown apart.
और इतना सब भाई क्या प्लेयर है ये वो अबे साल लड़कियों के इसमें खेलेगा तो अच्छा ही होगा
and a reckoning. They can pounce or could have pounced on Team Liquid when they tried to go for the plant with those ults. But anchoring with the weaker weapons is their undoing unless Cortezia can come up with a monster clutch. Team Liquid are on the precipice of match point. And for the first time in VCT will deal a loss to MIBR and Icebox.
Cortezia handled all too easily by Penny.
हाँ बॉक्सिंग में भी हुआ था बैन हो गया वो बंदा
stood on the America stage for a time.
Yeah, at the beginning of the year was a sub for Brazil with Furia gets them a win, and now unfortunately a sub about to deal them a loss on Icebox.
भाई आसपास को रिपोर्ट कर देना चाहिए
Canadians will take the stage here at Masters Toronto.
No, we thought we were only getting one. We've got a second hometown hero.
That's a beautiful finish. Team Liquid have looked sublime on this map. It's been a lurking masterclass from Nats with amazing mid-rounding and Kiko and Penny delivering where it counts. Off to the races now. Aspas wants to play forward once more. This time he has someone to play off him.
अपनी जंप मिस कर दी.
Does he? Oh, Artazine, not what you want to see.
And some serious danger on the run right now with Aspas, who has been eager to take duels on this. A-side Hunter's Fury coming through Penny mid-air.
Artazine handled comfortably. Just one blade was enough to do it, but he had more where that came from. Another great Hunter's Fury from Verno, but it's not going to be enough. Now to sight under full control of TL and a fight this bit to make it that much harder for MIBR to get back in. It's now or never, boys.
High tide up right now. They're being delayed. He's on the run. Doesn't want to get shot down.
एक तो ब्रीज अभी आया था वो हटा दिया दोबारा हाँ भाई बेस्ट ना फाइनल असिस्ट
passive just in the pit, allowing MIBR to come to them. Pressure now on the spike.
Gives it a tap, draws the util out of TL, but there is still more. Panatek has two shockies to play with. Genom ducks in, sees very little, backs out. Recon bolt comes through. Penny has his head ripped off. Cortezia finds those shots.
Wait.
And on the spike is Verno. He's gotten it to half. Are they going to know he's going to be there? They're too busy dealing with the Raz, but that's what a way to end it. A Red Bull clutch as he sprays through. And what a gut punch to MIBR, their best map this year.
Facts, my bad.
No respect. Send them absolutely packing to start the series.
I feel pretty good for the Liquid fans to have Nats back in the roster. Masterclass lurking on that attack half. Why not close it out with a little 3K clutch out to take the map. Deal MIBR their first Xbox loss in the VCT this year. Team Liquid are back.
What a blow though for MIBR. A team that only managed 6 rounds.
Sunset की जगह bind ला देना चाहिए.
6 here on their map choice.
भाई नैट्स नो हारता, नैट्स तो गोट है भाई, नैट्स एक्चुअल में गोट है, पता नहीं क्यों आसपास टेंस भाई सनसेट होगा बंदा लगता है सही में भाई। मैं तुझे दिखाता हूँ, पहले आप बंदा देखो ठीक है। ये भाई साले के मुंह पे इतने घूसे धूम है। ये भाई ठीक है, फिर इसके वो केस दिखाता हूँ। तो ना यार एक तो इसमें ट्विटर नहीं है ना मेरे इसमें तो इसने अब जब इस पे केस आया तो इनने बोला कि एक प्लेयर है उस पे ऐसे ऐसे केस है, राइट वालों ने बोला कि ऐसे ऐसे प्लेयर में केस है। ऐसे ऐसे केस है, नाम नहीं लिया, बस ये बोला कि ऐसे ऐसे सिनाट्रा नहीं सिनाट्रा पे नहीं, इस पे कि ऐसे ऐसे कोई प्लेयर है उस पर केस है हम देख रहे हैं। और जब सिनाट्रा पे था ना तो सीधा सीधा नाम लिखा था कि जे वोंग सिनाट्रा ऑल्सो नोन एज सिनाट्रा। सिनाट्रा राइवल्स खेल रहा है, बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है कि ओ जे वोंग नोन एज सिनाट्रा हैज़ बीन अक्यूज्ड ऑफ रेपिंग ये। और इसके बारे में पता है क्या लिखा था, तो कि ऐसे ऐसे एक लड़की है जिसके बारे में हमें जिसके बारे में हमें पता चला है कि ऐसे एलिगेशंस हैं, तो हम तब तक कुछ नहीं करेंगे जब तक प्रूफ नहीं आते। और इतने प्रूफ थे ना, इतने प्रूफ ट्विटर पे मैं बता नहीं सकता। तो सिनात्रा बोलता तुम्हें क्या लगता है जब मेरे पे एलिगेशंस हुए थे मैं छक्का बन जाता तो मैं बच जाता। मुझे इतनी हंसी आई यार।
Yeah, that's a great point.
I'll take the side of like whoever like defended me. So like if
they're gonna have to keep this up.
Fluorescent like
pick on Logan, the new guy,
tried to cancel me before, then like everyone tried to cancel her.
They do trade
But like if she didn't, then like everyone protect him.
भाई सिनाट्रा का कभी
Riot like insta banner or two.
हाँ सिनाट्रा को हर जगह से बैन कर दिया था, इंस्टा बैन, प्रो से, गेम से, सबसे। इस भाई इसको तो बिल्कुल भी फर्क, मतलब कुछ भी नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं। भाई सिनाट्रा का भी वो देखियो मार रॉयल्स खेलते हुए, भाई ये क्या था, सिनाट्रा को भी मारो रॉयल्स खेलते हुए देखियो, भाई क्या खेलता है यार, वो नंबर 1 प्लेयर था ये। हाँ इसकी
Storm, mainly Iron Man, Human Torch, and you know those heroes were just banned in the previous map, so we could see them here now on Spider Island.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
See how the draft obviously plays out, but
we're
I think
running
playing
an
around the Flyers is the
investigation.
way forward for Sentinels, and that's why they played Spider Islands, because you have a little bit of verticality to play around and sort of hover and
The investigation has sourced that unethical
traditional sense.
molested or molested
I
me.
wonder if you want to go to domination though when you've already.
I'm so sorry that happened. UJ, I always believe the accuser no matter what. 1,000 likes on his post.
Map, you get your rollout portal when you get your fumble.
It's not even the victim saying it's from a third-party source, by the way. Yo. Doesn't sorry that happened. UJ, I always believe the accuser no matter what.
Generally means you get a portal per match.
Can't believe you get 10,000 likes on his post.
Map, you get your rollout portal when you get your.
Believe the third-party source accuser.
of a hero right now.
No, there's more.
Great.
Like everyone protect what, right? Brave of
Shameless. Just say, oh, I did.
to 10 mil. Like,
Will you ever bet against yourself for chat?
I'm so sorry that happened to you, Sinatra.
It can result in other people.
Chat, I
Please
would
get 50,000 likes.
Ever in my life match freeze or do any of that shit.
Hitting those final blows that he so
Stay
often
Hard
does,
Nation
so
does what right when no one's watching and when they're watching, bro.
You saw the fluorescent drama? Yeah, I heard about it.
In some other games,
I'm picking the side of like whoever tried to cancel me or not, like the opposite side.
अबे भाई भाई सिनाट्रा को तो भाई इतना गुस्सा आया था मुझे भाई कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन ये देख सिना जे सिनाट्रा वॉ हैज बीन रूल्ड आउट मतलब इंस्टेंट बैन कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं कोई कुछ नहीं सीधा बैन भाई को सीधा बैन हाँ ये देखिए एक बार सिनाट्रा का पोस्ट वी आर अवेयर ऑफ द सिचुएशन रिगार्डिंग हैव बीन लॉन्च इन्वेस्टिगेशन ठीक है इसका देख ले ऑन 27 we were made aware of sexual allegation against a competitor अच्छा कॉम्पिटिटर बन गया अब ये सच एलिगेशन फिर भाई ट्विटर ने वो किया फिर ट्विटर ने भाई वो किया कम्युनिटी नोट्स डाले कि बहन चोद प्लेयर का नाम लिखो चुपचाप क्या बकवास कर रहे हो ये अरे यार वो क्लिप चाहिए यार मुझे इसमें सिनाट्रा बोलता है और इफ आई बिकेम ट्रांस बहुत फनी थी ओवरवॉच भाई ओवरवॉच का होता है ये बेस्ट प्लेयर
Erico, thank you for the prime gaming. My heart and I cannot imagine how
This guy's literally laughing.
I have so much respect for them coming forward and would like to urge everyone to do everything they can to offer their support to those affected throughout the investigation.
What even who I would drop out. No.
उसमें था ये MVP था वर्ल्ड कप का ओवरवॉच बहुत बड़ा गेम था अपने टाइम पे तो वर्ल्ड कप होता था वर्ल्ड कप का MVP था ये कौन सा है वो यार इस बंदे के पास गया हुआ है अरे वो बंदा कौन है सैटरडे नाइट लाइव ये जिमी फैलन जिमी भाई इनका रिकॉर्ड था ये लगा ले 3 साल में एक गेम नहीं हारे थे एक गेम मतलब बहुत बड़ी बात है प्रो लीग में एक भी गेम नहीं हारना 3 साल लगातार इम्पॉसिबल भाई इम्पॉसिबल है ये रहा बच्चा क्रेजी था भाई क्रेजी एक्सक्यूसी भी तो वहीं से आया हाँ यार वो क्लिप चाहिए बहुत फनी क्लिप मुझे ट्विटर पे मिलती है तो मैं भेजूंगा आए तो इनकी बकवास ही चल
Ryan, did you see that? Wait, did you see the fact that Riot Games didn't even fucking put Fluorescent's name in it?
Yeah, right.
Dude, wait, no. By the way, can we just say something? There is definitely someone at Riot that should not be in Riot, because like whoever's handling that shit is like unbelievably biased. They like literally destroyed Jay's name in that shit.
Yeah.
और सबसे क्रेजी बात ये इसको 2 साल का बैन लगा था ये 2 साल बैन के बाद भी 2 साल इसने बैन झेला उसके बाद प्रो में वापस आ रहा था फिर राइट ने प्रॉब्लम करी कि नहीं यार हम ऐसे ले नहीं सकते इसे ये वो इस पे रेप एलिगेशंस है ये वो ओपे भाई बैन भी तो फोर्स और फिर अबे यार क्या बताऊं क्रेजी था भाई इसके लिए
pending investigation they were like we'll see how it affects her future like okay
yeah it's fucking stupid
हाँ और राइट वाले बोल रहे हैं कि हमें श्योर नहीं है हम इसको फ्यूचर में बैन करेंगे नहीं करेंगे
Yeah, so Riot Games. No, Riot Games, I mean, I love you guys, bro. Don't ban me. Like, please.
No, but at the end of the day, it's bad. I fuck with Riot Games too. It's like the best gaming company I fucking think in the world. But there's
सही में
somebody
भाई,
within
ये
Riot that should most definitely be fucking fired for their.
Both of our teams at the moment.
Yeah, that's a great
I'll
point.
take the side of like whoever like defended me. So like,
Erico, thank you for the prime gaming. My heart.
oh yeah, it's just hard trolling. 0 to anything. By the way, added 0 to anything. By the way, I think they just tweeted that to get like more likes or something. Like no troll. It has nothing to do with what was written in that tweet. I'm sure that person literally sitting there like doing this on their phone right now, refreshing their profile to see how many likes they're getting. Yes, 2,000 likes, 5,000, 10,000 likes. Oh my! But you know what I mean.
भाई मुझे वो क्लिप चाहिए.
Yeah, bro, you fucking try that. I will.
मुझे ब्रॉड भी सही लगता है, फनी बंदा. और भाई जितना गेम सेंस इस पे है ना, सिनाट्रा में मैंने आज तक किसी पे नहीं देखा.
You know I'm a premier beta champion, guys. I'm gonna need everyone to watch their mouth this game.
What?
I'm the premier beta champion.
I have $1 million.
लिमिट क्रॉस, ह्यूज कंट्रोवर्सी है. ये कहाँ से आ गया भाई? भाई पर इसका करियर की बहुत गंदी वाट लगाई राइट ने. क्लिप नहीं मिल रही मुझे वो. लास्ट ट्राई. मेरे सारे वो भाई सही है भाई. बंदी नहीं मिल रही तो बंदी बन जाओ, फिर बंदियों के बीच में रहो, उनके साथ सेक्स कर लो, उन्हें प्रेग्नेंट कर लो. क्या हो गया फिर बोल देना भाई मैं तो लड़की थी.
What could be happening behind the scenes here, as opposed to, oh, watch out for this trap, or be careful, they're going to lurk up here, considering you have no idea who they're playing or what comp Team Liquid's even going to run.
I think there's also a lot of things that they can look at that aren't even map specific in terms of like playbook and strats ideas. Like you heard Nats in his like speech talking about like how they're communicating, like saying we're going to be swinging left, timing things, swing right, play together, those types of ideas. Because I think there were numerous different rounds from MIBR in that last map where there's 2 players alive, maybe have the chance to trade off of each other, but it's not coming in. The timing isn't there, and whether that's, you know, miscommunication or not, not understanding what your teammate is trying to go for, like, those things have to be shored up if this team's going to win.
And both of these teams have already played Sunset in this tournament. They both lost, but Liquid have decided to choose it as their first map choice here. They must have seen something that MIBR did against Gen G that they could potentially exploit. We will see the agent select in just a moment and see what kind of comps we're gonna where we're gonna go. But I mean, I think it's fair to say with Nats back on the team, Serial would not be playing that Cypher again.
Right, I'm expecting them to bring out more of that deadlock purely because we saw them struggle, them being MIBR against Gen G, against the deadlock.
Hold on a minute.
But as you say,
I don't know ball. I don't know ball. I don't know ball.
Could this be real? Nats on the Viper after we just saw MIBR struggle against that same agent just against Gen G.
Mel, I know you're a big believer in the Viper on some maps, and especially on Sunset. Can you walk us through what you like about this pick on the map?
Yeah, I love how it disrupts the game, especially when you're on the defense. Everyone likes to try and abuse B on Sunset, right? If you get into that post plant, once you get the bomb down, the round is practically over. So Nat's probably going to be using that wall towards B or doing a cross wall map to apply pressure, and it feels like Nats is everywhere with that wall. So that's what I'm really looking towards when I see this hover. But I don't want to get too excited. I love Viper and I love Nats on it, so I'm just hoping this goes through.
Yeah, I think I would really like to see it. And you can see Nats there on stage as well.
Giving the speech, yeah.
Still keeping it going, getting his team ready and locked in for that one.
Do you reckon he was like, Kiko, that insta-lock was amazing? You did such a good job locking in the Omen.
I just love how confident you were locking in the agent right away. That is going to be the Nats Viper. This is going to be awesome to see everything.
Hidden replies. Valorant ने राइट ने जो रिप्लाईज छुपा दिए लोगों के, अबे यार मैं इसमें देख नहीं सकता. जिसने जिन ने इसका नाम लिखा था ना, सबके नाम वो कर दिए हाइड. मतलब यहाँ पे मैसेजेस में नहीं आ सकते. यार लॉगिन करना पड़ेगा, मैंने लॉगिन नहीं कर रखा. मैंने भी देखा
prior, so it's now or never. And unfortunately for them, it's
motherfucking legit insta banned Sinatra ruined his career and won't name Flair and hiding replies if you call her fluorescent.
Subbing in for Penny to run this comp with a Sentinel plus the double controller, so you can have Nats lurking on the.
Crazy how Sinatra got insta banned and name dropped, but Floor is kept as a competitor. LMAO, fuck Riot.
Not know how to deal with him whatsoever.
Riot मुझे कंपनी नहीं पसंद, मजाक भी नहीं करता.
Pistol rounds here in Toronto. And for a team that wants to get their doors
कर दो बैन,
rolling
फर्क नहीं
early,
पड़ता.
that is devastating.
नया अकाउंट बना लेंगे.
They have gone back to the most vintage agents on this map.
वैसे भी हम मार्बल राइवल्स वाले बंदे हो चुके हैं.
Just a staple for early Sunset fight in elbow.
It's too early for them. The timing's off. They tried to throw.
वो सीरियल आ गया. वो पेनी चला गया.
Shenum and Hardesing just got overwhelmed.
Man losing another.
Nats इसमें भी वाइपर खेल रहा है.
So brutal. They just don't enter these
मेरे ख्याल
games
से
with
वाइप
any level of momentum.
यार वाइपर नर्फ करके गलत
Inferno
किया.
alive. He has been the player for MIBR, the unlikely hero.
अरे भाई
Lot of
सर
damage
फोड़
onto
दिया.
Serial. Well, just 3. How can they get back in? You have Cortesia on that late flank, but there's so much delay from this dark cover now going up. And MIBR, they have nothing to really get through it. Maybe a recon.
You're kidding me! Oh man, inside the poison orb drops and Nats is out of find.
वाइपर इस पे थोड़ा
It's a stunning shot. Cortesia
crazy.
had no way to get on that wrap.
क्या पता कोई स्ट्रैट हो.
One false step at the start of the round, they can't recover from it.
There was a mistiming with this
पता नहीं
early
क्या
elbow fight.
कैसा ही हो गया
Now
RNB.
Hartzin caught out here in the open position known. And then even being blinded up, Camo just dives onto Shenum with a real opportunity to get the kill. But the movement is just really tough for him to track. That is exactly why you run the Neon against Billy, even though it was in a
बस
loss.
सब कुछ स्मोक करते रहो, सब कुछ उड़ाते रहो.
Really sick.
साइड में तो खेल ही नहीं सकता. यहाँ पे नेड आ जाता है, यहाँ पे कुछ आ जाता है, यहाँ पे स्टन आ जाता है, यहाँ पे एरो आ जाता है. भाई कैसे होल्ड करे बंदा साइड. यहाँ पे पूरी जगह स्मोक आ जाते हैं. भाई जीजी.
Does have a sheriff the Brazilian star. That is the only light upgrade into this round. Verno, fortunately caught on the exit. Of course, only had a classic in hand anyhow. So the site is all too free for Team Liquid.
Cammed up the side. TL can still play that old school approach here to Sunset, falling back to B main, smoking it off, spamming the site. They have left Kiko in there. Cortesia has to step up here in market. Now it's a question of timing. The rest of his team are on the way to Boba. And Cortesia is just trying to dot his I's here, see if there's anyone in a backstab position in mid, but MIBR, no business trying to challenge this, and they're very much aware of it.
Matt's just happy to go hunting with this ghost.
एक बंदे ने ट्वीट किया,
That's similar to Icebox.
are you not treating Sinatra? Are you not treating Floor
very heavily
as you treated Sinatra because she's a transformer?
Here they do, but even still,
Reel
double
देखी
bulldog,
थी.
double vandal.
हाँ देखी थी अबे यार.
They have a real shot at winning
This
this
is
bonus
Valorant.
round with the level of weaponry they've got.
Are you not treating Floor the same as Sinatra because she's a transformer?
At this point.
Now MIBR were able to win against the TL bonus on Icebox and actually made that first half look pretty competitive. It was a 7-5. But again, they've always had to play from a deficit. They've played from behind in every single map they've played here in Toronto.
Transformers.
And that is going to take its toll. The fatigue is going to start to creep in. Frustration, I'm sure. This is an old school look for this map.
Yeah, this is
on the Gecko.
Just the past. The old
Used to be
throw
like
the
Gecko
dizzy
breach.
up
Yeah, have
to get some info in main. But yes, this is the breach nerf going away to the Sova that's very relevant. Look at this hit from Camo all the way through, like off the fast lane. Relay bolt to press forward, but Aspas shuts him down.
आसपास भाई फॉर्म में आ गए हैं.
Aspas can't really help trade that kill. Paratech is in position.
आसपास भाई के आगे कोई बंग्स भाई के आगे कोई बोल सकता है क्या?
Also there, so MIB don't have anywhere to go now. They're going to be pinched in this part of the map. They've got to fall back to
Bugs
hold
भाई
ideally.
OP.
Kiko wants to take the fight to Aspas, and the end is back turned. 4-0 for Kiko. Again, dominant showing on Icebox. He has stepped up massively. And that serial doesn't have to do a damn thing.
दिखा iOS ने.
Team Liquid, they know it's definitely possible that a player is here. Shannon with the first.
Now it's a matter of numbers. Overwhelm that position ideally, but Genom's having a TP away and still might look to take the fight. Cats Nation, do they have the answer? You'd better believe it. Verno and Cortesia grouped up in link now. One last.
Damn, bonus भी जीत गए हम.
It's bonus round, too strong for them. Apparently Cortesia gets in though, through the cyber cage in the back of sight, gives it a tap. Verno decayed down, but healing up. Kiko steps out, wide swing from Human now. Nats has to clutch this away. Almost gets
NT, bro,
there. But it's a
NT.
nonchalant King Verno that's able to get MIBR into the map.
हाँ मुझे भी ओके लगा. मतलब जरूरत नहीं थी ग्लास बनाने की सब कुछ.
That made his debut in VCT this year.
Players in this series, huh?
The most unlikely of
Nats भाई वैंडल में कहाँ गए? उठाई होगी.
MIBR for Brazil.
ये ओमेन करना क्या चाहता था?
They've got in the scene right now.
Funny, he kind of threw people off in some of his press appearances early in America.
क्लास में प्रॉब्लम ये पढ़ने में मुश्किल नहीं होगी.
Care much?
देखने में ये तो ऐसे ही अच्छा लगता है. कलरफुल थोड़ा. लोग पता चले कि ये अलग है वो अलग है. सब कुछ ही वाइट हो जाएगा कैसे पता चलेगा? मैं डार्क थीम में इतना कंफ्यूज हो जाता हूँ. ज़ोमैटो रेड होता है तो ज़ोमैटो डार्क स्क्रीन में ब्लैक है. अब मैं जब कुछ ऑर्डर कर रहा हूँ तो मेरे को 5 मिनट ज़ोमैटो को ढूंढने में लग जाते हैं.
A little bit more sad, I would say.
कि वो ब्लैक हो रखा है.
Pretty dejected, some would say.
ग्लास में पता नहीं क्या ही होगा.
Maybe putting it lightly there, but happy to convert against that bonus round strat that Team Liquid brought out.
It was costly though. Look at the weapons at MIBR. Stinger, Bulldog mixed in with the Guardian. Shenam can't get value out of his weapon. Aspas is able to get away. Camo took a pretty big hit in that exchange. The Dizzy going to create the space here to get Aspas out properly.
Now being spotted out, Team Liquid still more than enough time to make a pivot. That dark cover to obscure anyone top mid who may have intentions of firing through, and now a noise cut as they go into market. Eventually they'll have to break this strip, give up the game. Low HP Camo, maybe he can make some spacing and trade it off.
There it is, Cortesia, Seal with Paratech both go down. Nice little setup here.
अरे भाई भाई
भाई. A little bit wayward. He's Verno in a clutch position again, and he delivers against a true veteran.
1v1.
Oh, clutching against one of the all-time clutch gods in that back-to-back.
Yep.
Caught jumping up, wanted to get that molly down. So we could
Verno kid is insane too.
And honestly, that's set up by this early engagement. Camo ends up going quite low. In fact, there are two players that die to a shock dart in this position, but Verno wants to fight instead of use that util. Fighting forward, Artazine also with a decent timing through mid. Good collapse here. That has got to feel good. That has got to feel good.
Great little turtle swings from Cortezia and Shenham in tandem. They're playing from Market. Team Liquid on the bad buy. Hero rifle for Kiko, who's been arguably the sharpest shooter in this server. Perhaps inarguably, he was outrageous.
I mean, with Aspas minus 23 over 3 maps, it's hard to see that Kiko has much competition there. A warning shot for Artazine, and he'll have to get off the line as the relay bolts come in. This will allow TL to slowly scale up into halls, but Aspas has been brought over to A to bolster it.
Pivoting here, fast lane now, so Team Liquid can get out onto the site.
Camo wants to fight through this with a stinger.
Good. He could have seen the barrel, but it looked like he was so locked in on the dark cover.
Oh, that's awkward. Camo gets away with it.
What a
Three
boom
players for MIBR here on Link, and they're going to go for it. Artazine the Herald gets on in there, but now Hunter's Fury comes straight through. Panatek trying to light them up as they get on in here. Serial going to be outdone by Cortezia and the Guardian. Artazine finally finds connection with that
Oh,
outlaw.
shot.
That's
What
the
the
first
fuck? He was
shot.
blind.
Kiko now gets that rifle in play. Then he gets value. Found 2, leaving Panatek on his own. But he can hear the yells from the stage here.
That
But
was
every
blind,
round
by the way.
MIBR put together, their confidence starts to build.
Their economy is being kept very honest by Team Liquid, but they are winning the rounds. That's what matters most. They'll be happy to have gotten one of those ultimates out with Panatek committing the Hunter's Fury all for naught.
I mean, they have 3 ultimates.
Done it again. Cortezia with that opening engagement. Serial late, biding his time, picked off.
Blindly though.
Together nicely, trading things out with an advantage that they have. Well done.
भाई एक शॉट दिखाता हूँ तुझे रुक.
And you've got a lot to retake with, right? You've got Boombot. That ends up putting that pressure on Camo, forces him
Crazy
out.
भाई, crazy
Got the dizzy
confidence.
from Artazine, a lot of retake potential, so MIBR
Half
made the right
time.
choice, get off the A side early.
Now look at the state of the ultimates for MIBR. As Team Liquid are in this with their next full
Advent lead
buy,
कर दिया.
showstopper, Hunter's Fury. Very dangerous.
Both exits from mid are trapped.
Great shock dart. That's going to allow Camo to maybe push up as that dark cover is getting cycled. Team Liquid, they do love to go for these deep wrap site executes using the neon to get through.
भाई
One
लिक्विड
of the
जीत
other
जाओ
sides
यार,
of the
नींद आ रही है.
There's a timing from Verno here through spawn, spotted by Camo, who'll now get ahead of it into Boba.
Oh, I love this from MIBR trying to get control of B-Main. This has to be a trade from Aspas, and he connects with the rocket.
Now we can double back. There's action over it being Camo is in that site. Nat's also causing problems towards the top of mid, but Verno again! He's the kryptonite of the
वरना
champion
भाई
of old.
ना मर रहे नेट से.
Drop down to 4 by that spray. Hunter's Fury, though, has been developed.
And it's going to be read by Verno as the spike gets tapped. Team Liquid wanted to bait this out. You still have Aspas in B-Main. Oh, that connection was close. Aspas is a little bit weak, and he is biding his time. Team Liquid, they would love to be able to push for some space together rather than feeling encircled in sight. Was that just spray? Pure spam through. Verno only had 3-4 HP.
That's kind of devastating. Verno could still have been such a threat from that Boba position. Camo's still watching for it, but the moves are here in
Got a
lane.
boba
Market
on my
respectively.
other hand.
Shannon wants to head up towards Boba, but Camo is stuck on that line. It's going to be a tough fight for him to win. Aspas gives himself away now. Great paranoia for Shannon to get him, but Aspas is dealt with. He would have had to find 3.
आसपास जी जरूर लेफ्ट तो क्लियर करना चाहिए ना.
With the aim still just looking too clean for Kiko. Unfortunate that Verno was just on such low HP after one of those previous engagements. I mean, that unbelievable quick tap on such a tight angle from Serial.
Aspas, he just didn't know what was set up on the site.
I think MIBR made some good positional decisions.
Bro said he didn't know what was set up on side. Of course he didn't know. That's why you clear side. Bro, these guys. Oh my
We
god.
need space somewhere. Let's fight B-Main, but Serial
चाट चाट के थके नहीं तुम आसपास का.
Verno is able to light the site up with some of that Soviet util. That goes differently, but still. Group up here towards this B-side lobby for TL.
And now just on account of the MIBR round wins coming down to primarily Verno clutches, look at their economy. They were on a multi-round win streak and they have nothing to show for it.
Cortezia, though, is able to look into pressure towards that cam position. Obviously, one will be set up
सही
behind.
में भाई सर में चढ़ा
One
दिया भाई
look
को.
and all will be a reveal. Codazia just snarled up though in an engagement in front of main. And going to be the outlaw that claims him. Into the site we go here. MIB are happy to give it up. Rather have no real choice without Codazia.
This is Verno with just a classic.
Stinger for Shenom. It's looking ugly there in terms of the arsenal.
I like this from TL. Tap the spike. Let's try and get some util out. See if they swing into us.
Spike planted.
Play it safe. All right, and now we can get the spike.
All right.
Now we can position.
This is what Aspas
How
wanted
can I
last
be
round.
homophobic?
A recon to try and set him up, but nothing was shown from it, and here's Nats. Happy just to play out in the open by main. Doesn't see Verno cross. He's been revealed. Timing was there. Serial dealt with him comfortably. Stinger and Sheriff now to go for it for MIBR. They grouped up, and Nats is going to go looking. Punished for that. Outlaw unrecoverable though, and so is the round as far as MIB are concerned. Shenom found a second, but eventually TL just overload that market.
Nats is just one of those players that you're always going to see take advantage of the outlaw on that attack side. Just loves to recognize these situations, excuse me, where it's going to get the most value, take advantage of it. MIBR are going to be fully investing into this round. Both teams not totally out of the woods economically, but this
bro, I'm telling you, he looks like a retard.
Even if they lose here, this is a round where Nats still has that Viper's Pit.
Camo wastes no time and pushing towards his A side.
मैंने देखा था.
Drive at the ready.
मैंने फ्रीस्टाइल नहीं सुना पर मैंने देखा था किसी ने उसे वन हिट वंडर बोला और मुझे समझ नहीं आया सोच क्या सोच के बोला शायद मैंने इंटरव्यू देखा था वो नहीं वो शायद चल रहा था फिर उसने बोला यू आर वन हिट वंडर ऐसे कुछ हुआ था मैंने देखी वो क्लिप फ्रीस्टाइल सुनते हैं अभी.
They've got strong defensive positions. That was a great trade from Verno. That flash was used early. I'm not sure if Arthur was able to connect. Okay, just spam through. Normally with a pit down, that's a no access to sight moment, but Verno comes up.
He's not done either. Serial here trying to play from lobby. Serial killer they call him, but Cortesia able to fight back here for MIBR. They waited on this ability to buy it back into the game. It's a costly one for them, but Verno once again delivers the death blow. 3 kills and a Viper's Pit destruction.
That was the definition of must-win for MIBR, and they come up. Verno is just that guy for this team right now.
funny clip लगी मैंने बोला ये सोच के बोल क्या सोच के बोला.
All right. Going to be satisfied.
One hit wonder though.
Emblematic of the changes made.
Why are you being rude? Why did you just say one hit wonder? That's who you are. What does that mean though? What are you talking about?
Verno can actually spray those defenders where they're set up.
चिल है भाई ने कुछ फालतू भी नहीं बोला.
Who again was 2 and 9 in first kill first
With song
against Gen G.
With song though.
And just Ender put it out. He said he thought
भाई पागल ही होता है ये. मुझे इतनी हंसी आई थी.
Here against that Gen G team. He had a moment on Icebox, clutch, but again hasn't really taken over the game like MIBR need him to.
And that was with him on the Neon against Gen G, so they have switched things up and gone for a very traditional composition, bringing back.
Oh, ये मैंने पढ़ा देखा था ये ने.
Really seen primarily Neon here.
I'm a one-hit wonder and a millionaire for whoever's wondering. Hit that once and I have a bitch wondering. Where did he go? I'm not here for the cuddling. I ain't your husband. They are my husband. How you didn't think that I'm handsome?
सर मैंने सुना नहीं था बस मैंने क्लिप देखी थी ये बनाते हुए.
But in that game, there were so many moments where Aspas was getting very disconnected. MIBR were slow to trade, playing very individualistic, but not in a
मैं एक रील देख रहा
aggressive
था
way.
काफी क्रेजी लगी मुझे. मैं भेजता हूँ उसे.
I'll never forget.
Have to be completely changed today.
That 4-player swing into Foxy on Haven, where they just get gunned down with poor spacing on that multi-swing. That one lives in my head rent-free.
Standard stuff with this Gecko on defense. Just throw up the early Dizzy, see if there's going to be quick pressure on this A side. If it's forced to be shot with this Cloud, that's going to give a good opportunity for Team Liquid to cross and then double face as the smoke drops in case someone from MIBR was playing close.
Shannon second guesses himself there and opts not to overextend. Kiko likely was watching that line and still is. But into halls is the rest of TL. 3 players getting a lot of map control and no one's watching from alley here, Wyatt.
This wall from Nats is so cool. They basically just give up Link. They're going to let Serial play on that side late. Send everyone through elbow. We have most of the angles cut off. Matter of fact, Let's just
भाई भाई वन हिट वंडर कौन से सॉन्ग? स्प्रिंटर, ओ डोजा, CRC, लिमिटलेस, कौन सा भाई कौन सा? ये तो मुझे वन हिट वंडर से ज्यादा लग रहा है सही में भाई। मुझे तो CRC भी बहुत पसंद है।
So TL don't have to overextend. There's no undue risks that need to be taken here. Nats though getting chunked low with this wall bang spam, and Infernal again is the one.
मुझे स्प्रिंटर से ज्यादा अच्छा लगता है लिमिटलेस, सबसे ज्यादा अच्छा लगता है इनफैक्ट।
Will end the round. That was about as elegant as MIBR could possibly be with time not on their side.
They're just thrown into such disarray, trying to work around that wall that Nats has up. Yeah, this was a miss, but again.
Nah, bro, Aspas is actually throwing.
Immediately started spraying up top when he heard the satchel, so might have died there.
Maybe a fake, yeah.
But when MIBR actually get into the site, they don't have any smoke for, being thrown down elbow because Shenum was blinded up, died trying to go through the wall, and then everyone's just stuck in awkward positions. It's resulted in MIBR.
भाई आसपास को रिपोर्ट कर देना चाहिए भाई, थ्रो कर रहा है।
They've got a couple guardians.
भाई ने अपनी टीम के अगेंस्ट बेट लगा रखी है, पैसे जीतने की कोशिश कर रहा है।
Throw one of those over to Verno. I'm gonna be real, Verno is the one keeping them in this game.
You need to dap my boy up, and you need to give him everything he asks for. Give him the Supermax. Cycling that smoke top mid again, TL have started to take control of that part of the map. Again, it's, like you said, two Guardians. Relay Bolt catching onto Aspas. Camo, though, respects the paint shells. But he's going to duck back into market. He's feeling it.
That Shakhtar breaks the tripwire. MIBR have been pressed back into more passive positions, so they can assume that Team Liquid are just walking into market right now, slowly, silently.
That cam from Cortesi is designed to be able to look into B main as well. Rid of Kiko. Spraying through the dark cover here is MIBR trying to slow the game down, but Camo's gotten in and onto the side. This is now a problem. All of MIBR playing from Boba. They might try and flood in on off timing. It is Aspas leading the way.
Wait.
Serial under pressure, but takes his. Now a beat, a break in the action. Reloads, Aspas a little bit low. Shotdown takes Serial down to 10, and Shenum converts. It's just Nats. No plant yet for TL. TP from Shenum hurt as he gets back into Boba, and he shows a little bit of leg.
Spotted out, drone going to come in from Verno. Nats forced to dodge that for now. The Sova has not been able to recover a decent weapon.
Ooh, what a shot.
Just got the classic Verno versus Nats again.
Verno shoulder piece here, Nats is ice cold! He's ice cold! He's just got enough time to find the plant. Gets it in. Will be spotted out by Verno. It's time to fight. Verno is 35, very low, but he has the drop on Nats, who's watching the other corner. Ring around the rosy, but Nats now is convinced that this is the line!
Nah, bro, the good.
Ice cold, Red Bull clutch straight out the freezer. Beautifully done. Another TL round that hurts MIBR's soul.
Vengeance for Nats after being denied a couple rounds by Verno earlier. It has been just a face-off between one of the greats of all time and one of the future greats in Verno.
भाई सही में कोल्ड भाई, क्या रीड किया है, क्या कामनेस थी पूरे टाइम, पूरे टाइम काम ही, जरा पैनिक नहीं।
Sorry. Just another day in the office for Nats. I feel like back in the day used to be.
Full growth at beef, get money and fuck these hoes, it's all a distraction. Don't walk on any, come on, can't tell man, spit on my big dog. I made one M, then 10 down, 50 plus, next step is a B like gym shot. Watch it. Look, I'm a one-hit wonder and a millionaire for whoever's wondering. Hit that once and I have a bitch wondering, where did he go? I'm not here for the cuddling. I ain't your husband, they are my husband. Got money, they feel that I'm handsome. Full growth at beef, get money and fuck these hoes, it's all a distraction. Don't walk on any, come on, can't tell man, spit on my big dog. I made one M, then 10 down, 50 plus, next step is a B like gym shot.
Damn. Oh, it's an American, of course. Of course, it's an American.
What was the hit? Why are you being rude? You're being rude, man. So why did you just say one hit wonder? What does that mean? That's who you are. So what does that mean, though? What are you talking about? I don't. One hit wonder, so. What was the hit? Why are you being rude? You're being rude, man. So why did you just say
What was the hit? So what was the hit? बहुत भाई, मैक्सिको उसमें दिख रहा है, एलए में क्या हो रहा है? ये मत दिखाओ, जो असली में हो रहा है वो दिखाओ। ये क्या दिखा रहे हो? हाँ ये दिखाओ जो असली में हो रहा है। भाई वेस्ट मीडिया इतनी खराब है, यूएस के अगेंस्ट नहीं दिखाती कोई, इन्हें बोल रही है मेट गाला फ्री स्टाइल। ध्यान नहीं, देखना पड़ेगा तभी याद आएगा। ये वेस्ट मीडिया बोल रही है ये पीसफुल प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं। हाँ जरूर भाई।
HL, he wants to challenge ahead of it, but then doesn't see a target, so back to box he goes.
2v4.
Dizzy flattened out as he
1v4.
Finds a perfect timing to come back into the back four for Arzine. MIBR, man, that timeout really went a long way. That was definitely an audible that Frod called.
100%. Great decision to mix something in like that late in this half. All of those kills.
Oh, शायद सुना था.
I know I said I'll never go to the Met, but tonight we're trying to see what famous hoes I can get. I've had sex 4 times this week, I'll explain. I know I said I'll never go to the Met, but tonight I'm trying to see what famous hoes I can get. I've had sex 4 times this week, I'll explain. My excuse is that I'm trying to get over my head. That ain't a quarter ticket plus, take that Richard off.
भाई वॉच देख रहा है तू? भाई वॉच देख रहे हो आप? एक लैम्बोर्गिनी से महंगी घड़ी है भाई की।
We've seen this before. Wait out the dizzy, throw down the cloud, and then a couple players pop out at the same time for the double face. This time it's Camo with a Bucky.
Sahi है
elbow. Shenam eyes on it.
Safe line, he's not one and done. Tark, but Camo doesn't care. Slides on in, detained though. Will there be a double swing? Yes, Arzine overwhelmed. So the player advantage stands with TL.
अरे Nats को तो वैंडल है.
Bruno wants to get into the side. It looks like he wants to manifest an opportunity to at least find one kill, bring us into a 3v3 for the retake.
From the shadows there from Keiko.
Ooh, what a reposition though.
Back with the rest of the team now.
Ooh, what a reposition
though. To the top box of Ali, but Cortezia will play just on the vestiges of a T. Kiko coming! They've overestimated themselves, Team Liquid.
Spike down A.
A bit of a misassumption made about the position of the Cypher.
Yeah, they don't. Nah, bro, this reposition was insane.
Serial's able to pluck him out.
They thought the side was
hitting.
hitting.
The player wouldn't be coming from elbow.
This is now Aspas's chance to show us where the heck he's been all week.
30
1 versus 1, and he's dealt with
never
by
mind.
Serial. The 7-round half.
Get plus, take that Richard off. I'm cut from a different cloth. Up, but I ain't rich enough. Couple brothers switching up, ignoring what
ये तो caption है.
ignoring what I did. Rich enough. Couple brothers switching up, ignoring what I did. Take that Richard off. I'm cut from a different cloth.
A lot of clutches here.
Another close map, much
Get
hinges on the
over
pistol
my
in that
head.
second
That ain't a
half.
quarter ticket plus, take that Richard off. I'm
After
cut.
this,
क्या बोल रहा है? चुप. साले.
Take that Richard off. I'm cut. I'm trying to see what famous hoes I can get. I've had sex 4 times this week, I'll explain. My excuse is that I'm trying to get over my head. That ain't a quarter ticket plus, take that Richard off.
It ain't a quarter ticket plus a Richard off.
My excuse is that I'm trying to get over my head. That ain't a quarter ticket plus, take that Richard off.
Plus ain't a Richard.
Cut from a distance that I'm trying to get over my head. That ain't a quarter ticket plus, take that Richard off.
Quarter ticket plus ain't a tint Richard off. I'm cut from a different cloth. Damn. थोड़ा बहुत समझ में आ रहा है, थोड़ा बहुत कैप्शन लाइक बन रहा है.
My excuse is that I'm trying to get over my head. That ain't a quarter ticket plus, take that Richard off. I'm cut from a different cloth. Up, but I ain't rich enough. Couple brothers.
But I ain't rich enough. Sheesh.
Ignoring what I did for love. Rap won't ever hit the fan, but if it didn't hit the plug, snub fitting like a glove. Inside the saddle bag. Anyhow they hit me, bro. They big and we ain't grabbing back. Richard Millie, camo straps, sand dust rolls down. I'm the biggest right around my country off the road down. Face chocolate.
Damn.
Sand dust rolls down.
Richard, a mini camo straps and dust rolled
I'm
down.
the biggest right around my country off the
I'm
road
the
down.
biggest
Face
fight around
chocolate.
my country of the road.
Factory diamond, that's the gold ticket. It's no gimmick, I'm really breaking the world record. Home decors, chrome leather, no IKEA. Recoup the 10 mil quick, flip it like my record.
Damn.
Home decors, chrome leather.
Home decor, chrome lever, no IKEA. Because IKEA is cheap.
The 10 mil quick, flip it like my Rio. No sightseer, my sake of visit ain't tourism. Nike headquarters, I feel important in Oregon. Summertime skin getting olive, I throw the olive. I don't run away from my problems, I make a profit up. If my brody up in that pole, he ain't doing nothing lot, and I'm still adjusting.
Haha, masala.
If my brody up in that pole, he ain't doing nothing lot, and I'm still adjusting. Tuxedo buttoned up, handcuffed to cufflinks. My mum thinks I'm up to something, she know I'm a hustler. Told her put her trust in us and everything will pan out. Never had a dishwasher, I couldn't leave the pan out. Now I'm living paramount, a picture got a pan out. Bitches gonna fan out, you think that I got bad thoughts. The way that I'm shitting on my chain ain't the same as these rappers, their diamonds rubbish. Ask them how much does it cost and they change the subject. Tell the jeweler make what I want, ask the budget. Got the same amount of funds for a contract, kill it, you touch it. We was bottom barrel trappers, we was rock sellers. Now one call away from Rothschilds and Rockfellas. Rock Nation brunch with the tugs, I'm with the hot steppers. Red hot chili peppers, crack rock the Coachellas. I ain't with the soul selling.
Damn.
When I say pain relief,
I'm not a.
I ain't with the soul selling.
I ain't with the soul selling, but I'm trying to buy a soul.
I don't mean title, no. Big for survival, sitting on a high horse. 100-man versus gorilla, I'll reach the final. I know I said I'll never.
100 man versus a gorilla.
100-man versus gorilla,
I'll reach the final. Nah, bro, he's built different.
Dirt on tiles.
He's actually built different.
That is so tough.
Those are some
Trying to scale
crazy
inside.
lyrics.
Recon going in the back, dizzy through the wall. Can anyone actually capitalize off of it?
Going for a doubles back though.
100 men versus gorilla. I'll reach the finals. That is crazy.
Available firing squad set up by the EMEA team in Serial. Goes from strength to strength. Verno gets his and more.
बहुत वर्ष भाई.
Shenham down at 2. 0 pistols for MIBR as Team Liquid get another one. Widen the lead to 3.
Tonight I'm trying to see how many holes I can.
It's floundering NA squad.
Cortezia just takes an early peek through tiles, walks right into a double face there. Patatek nets the kill. Opted to go a bit earlier, try to get a kill. You know, could have alternatively chosen to take it very slow.
Show me your hat, show me your hat. Man. You are a cipher hat, nothing.
Bro can't just ask for a milady tip your hat in the current year? Come on, Serial, give it the program. So too busy just feasting on these pistol frags.
MIBR have had enough of losing pistols. Why not try some success on a round 2 force instead?
It's an America's force for an America's roster.
Indeed.
Aspas will lead the way quietly, just communicating that there's nobody here in elbow whatsoever.
Shana.
Team Liquid happy to have 3 players ready on this A site on account of the
भाई
site.
बनवा रहे हैं. फोटो भी खिंचवानी है वैसी जैसी भेजी थी.
B main. Cam watching towards tiles. Jiggle peek from Nats in mid. Team Liquid don't really have to budge over on this site.
Patatek has started to reassume control into this A site.
Good बनवाते हैं यार अभी कुछ टाइम में बनवाते हैं जल्दी.
Anchoring could be required. He is yapping.
There are pings going down on the map right now from MIBR. Dizzy ready to be thrown over top. Should connect onto Patatek unless it gets broken, but when they come out of elbow, Kiko is on the perfect angle to get an opener.
Crossfire broken up though. This is scary for Patatek. He's hit with paranoia, but oh, Aspas taken down. Kiko's on the box, and that wasn't smart.
आसपास भाई का तो भूत सा बनता है थोड़ा.
Sheriff claims him, but Camo now is dug in and ready to deliver. Cortezia. First casualty in the last round now has to go big to clutch it. Just a stinger. Almost enough for Nats, but not quite. Camo exits with 3. And now it's a 4-round game.
I believe that dark cover from Shenham was just thrown down to cover the entire crossover towards spawn side. It's not in the one-way. So Kiko gets that opener. Fair enough, MIBR multi-swing to find that trade. But then they're at such poor ranges with the weapons that they've got.
वो भी इसलिए अच्छा खेलता था यार. लाउड इसके लिए ही खेलती थी कि भाई तू जा लोगों को मार, बाकी चीजें हम कर लेंगे. इसके लिए सारी यूटिल यूज हो रही है.
And they just had no reason to leave. They had full passive info defensively across the entire rest of the map. Got a lot of sheriffs for MIBR. Can they do anything here? Oh my god.
वो नहीं है Grisky.
Sure.
Okay.
Greatest ice hockey player ever. I'ma at you. No. क्या था lyrics? I'ma ice you like Grisky.
And the Viper wall gets toggled yet again.
उसकी वो हॉकी स्टिक उसने खरीद ली लोगन पॉल ने
have to put together.
कितने की
IGL
$500,000 की भाई साहब
Your options are becoming more and more limited.
at you like bless me
Okay.
I'ma ice both of you
TL
like
just happy right now
Gretzky
to
I'ma
play
at
in the
you
death ball
like bless
formation,
me
give up A if they need to, go for the retake, face together mid. They're making this easy. They're going to make it look effortless unless Cortezia lives up to the headshot machine name.
that's your bestie
Their bolts for camo.
I'ma ice stuff
Into that space.
ice both of you like
I
Gretzky
think to do too much
I'ma
here
at
for TL.
you
Let's keep
like
MIBR
bless
on their
me
toes. No hurry. Oh, jeez, okay.
baby girl
30 seconds left.
Somebody alert Peter. That
भाई
was
नो क्या बाप गाना है let me see तो मैंने अपनी गर्लफ्रेंड को सुनाया वो भी पागल हो गई सुन के ओह माय गॉड ये तो क्रेजी है और नहीं तो क्या आओ आप ड्रेक की दुनिया में आओ आओ इसे सिर्फ ड्रेक सुनाता रहता हूँ
Team Liquid carrying over so many weapons. Economy
I'm
bolstered
ice
again.
both of you like Gretzky
Is that this shock dart? Like 100
I'm
damage
ice
worth
both
there.
of you like
Perfectly
Gretzky
placed.
I'm at
Makes the
you
bulldog
like
conversion all too easy.
like bless me
Camo. he is a shot fired off the swings it. Yeah, this is just great fundamentals. I mean, for MIBR, what is this? Season 1 of Attack on Titan? Where's the catharsis for these guys? It's all doldrums all the time on this attack side.
Camo has picked up the Bucky and wants to tuck close over towards elbow.
Please, MIBR.
अगर सुनती रही है ब्रेक वही लगा दूंगा
Dizzy, all that ult is great.
Facts bro जो बंदी ड्रेक नहीं सुने उसको अलविदा सोचना भी नहीं that's your bestie I'm ice both of you all like Gretzky I'm ice both of you all like Gretzky I'm at you
Oh shit, I'm punished to go for the orb. That's ready to cover. That is just
I'm ice both of you all like Gretzky
These trades are just coming too slow from MIBR. The swings are getting
एक तो
watched
उसका
for.
flow इतना crazy है कॉपी नहीं कर
How
पाते
has that timing occurred? Maybe
I'm ice
Cortezia could be the hero. MIBR, they want to pivot over towards him. But they're facing in mid. Beautiful tap.
A multi-face coming out of
Short.
Verno, though. Look at that cool calm collector, but couldn't quite convert. Still evens up the game with Cortezia. A wedge driven in between TL and the B-side they hope to defend.
I'm ice both of you like Gretzky slow में बोल सकते हैं I'm ice
for MIBR.
of you all like
It has been him keeping them in this game.
I'm
It is
at you
unreal.
like
It has been all about him. His clutches,
I'm
his
ice
taps,
both of you all
open
like
facing multiple
Gretzky
players. This has to be converted by the duo of Aspas and Cortezia.
मैंने ना बहुत गाने देखने हैं ड्रेक के
Step up and land this plane.
जो मैं गा ही नहीं पाता
Into market. Swings it there.
इनफैक्ट मैं एमिनेम के गा लूंगा पर ड्रेक के भाई फ्लो ही क्रेजी है
Chico's good
यार
for this. He's more than up for it.
जो वर्ड्स के साथ खेलता है वो क्रेजी है भाई
But Cortezia and Aspas are doubled up for
Ice
it. Swing little peek. There it is. MIBR get one finally. It's costly, but hey, they're in the game. The head
और गाना था जिसकी लिरिक्स में मैं फंस गया था
Hear them screaming from the stage, even being down like this.
मतलब मैं स्लो में गा पाऊंगा पर तेज मेरे मुंह से वो निकल ही नहीं रहा क्रेजी भाई
Some awkward.
उस टाइम समझ गया था इस भाई में कुछ बात तो है
Verno, multiple players. Looked like he was
What's that,
even on for the
emotionless?
third. With the aim going pretty awry for Nats.
And at that point, Verno's assuming that TL are probably scrabbling to
आसपास
deal
भाई
with.
7 किल में क्या कर रहे हो
In there to Boba. Good intuition. MIBR having to pay dearly for each one of these rounds.
Kiko was able to avoid that recon, so he's still set up with Cameron.
I'm gonna ask both of y'all like Gretzky I'm gonna at you like bless me
Beautiful trap play to find an early advantage. Look at Nats even walking down mid into tiles.
And the spike is loose on the wrong side of the one-way. Aspas has to find a way to recover him. Nats on that walk.
And he's just thinking, why is he even here? Patatek timing, shed him with the jiggle peek. Cortezia wondering how he's ended up in this situation, 1 versus 4, against a team who effectively could be anywhere on the map.
I'm at you
It
like
seems like
bless
they are
me
at all times. Nat's like a bona fide sleep paralysis demon turning up when you least expect him. Cortezia obviously has a very straightforward objective. Do everything you can to.
भाई पर line तो वही बढ़िया Nike don't tell me
out of a
Nike don't
desperate
tell me to say you just do it they pay me to
crossed
say
this
you I'll do it
location,
again
of course. We'll be
no
watching
Nike
Kiko.
don't pay me to say you I'll do just do it
Cortezia has a
they
sense
pay
for it
me
too.
to show you I'll do it again
And he doesn't know who's waiting by.
सोच भी कैसे सकते हो इस बारे में?
There's no information and surely no hope. But now, because he is allowed to get close enough that there's a real risk of him losing this gun.
Say just do it. They pay me to show you. I'll do it again.
They don't really want to hunt right now. They are pretty low.
Insane.
So they'll be content to just win this out and
custom don't even come on the plane with us. They just wave. ऐसे भी कुछ है ना?
The rest of the team won't be able to get too much anyhow with Artsin being pretty low. Good shot. All right, stay alive.
ये गाने से मैं पहले बहुत obsessed था, बहुत
Brimstone Dawn here on Sunset, but it's still an ugly situation.
They just waving
for
their
America's
windows,
number 3 seed.
waving their hands.
How cool is this on the replay? Initial contact taken from
वो crazy लग रहा है
into a paranoia.
Customs भाई को diff कर दे, वो कर दिया भाई diss बताओ.
And then when all of that presence is seen from the defense as to MIBR being in A main, Nats just slowly walking down mid, playing behind that Viper wall that cuts off the sight line to tiles. Osboss on the run, wondering why is this guy here?
Customs just waving at us from the
window. Is he in a solo lobby? What is going on? And yeah, it's a timeout for MIBR.
They don't even
last
land.
lifeline potentially of this entire tournament. They are on the precipice of being ejected with a 0-2 scoreline. The unenviable task of having to tangle with Gen G as their first opponent. Hard to look good in that matchup for anybody, but here against TL.
Karen, Gucci, and Dongo together, Lu and Dio, I swear it was better. He wear my drape, I wore it better. The Kirani gang, I swear it get better, huh?
But convincing.
On go mode.
6 rounds on Icebox, 6 rounds.
The level is just too advanced. The best is Tiffany stand, the grip on my hand. I know that I came from the slide, left to right, but nah, I don't wanna dance. I got too much on the line. I got too much on my mind. Too much ain't enough for my plans. Damn, bro. ये line is कितनी crazy. I got too much on the line, too much on my mind, too much ain't enough for my plans. Damn, bro. Nike don't pay me to tell you just do it. They pay me to show you. I'll do it again.
It's going to be a full buy. Aforementioned Verno with
the whip is over the top.
Cannon Vandal, just a share
of over the top.
Liquid on the precipice.
Cannot depend on the man. I started in Toronto with the return of just who I am, man. Customs just waving at us from the window. They don't even come on the plane when we land. Damn, bro. अबे भाई customs को कौन diff करता है यार? Diss करता है भाई.
Many of those Gecko ultimates this game. They're going to use it to try and clear into market first and foremost. Paranoia comes out though by TL to slow up MIBR from filtering in behind it, but they're still going to assume this space. 2 players in Boba, 1 anchoring the site for TL.
सही में उतना ही बहुत अच्छा गाता है.
Back into the site right now, very quickly playing around Nats Viper wall. Man should be able to get the spike down.
Serial heard the pitter-patter a little feet, but had to respect the mosh pit at his own.
Thrash isn't done with you.
Another Thrash usage here, a reprise performance.
सही में भाई. Air Canada.
Looks like he gets
Air Drake, sorry.
Taken out. Kamoki with an outlaw, can't quite connect enough of that damage. And all the ultimates employed by MIBR. This was their Hail Mary
Terminal
round.
Drake.
And it looks like they're set to convert. Aspas with the fadeaway shot on Panatek, and Camo's outlaw has a fair bit of application here, but it's a stacked deck against the EMEA squad. Camo dealt with. MIBR once again.
They look great.
Private jet.
Shit again. If we haven't spoken
enough about if you see this,
like
we are already gone. ऐसे कुछ जगह हुआ है.
Converted into a kill. Again, kills Kiko there.
Air Drake.
Yeah, on Icebox, I mean, they were stunningly set up.
If you are reading this, we left.
Made use of by twice. That space was cleared for MIBR to get a good foothold in
big
market,
D.
and that was caught crossing.
The big D.
Round 19 now, TL still a couple away from a series take.
एक तो मुझे वो लाइन बहुत crazy लगती है. बोलते हैं fuck the big 3, there's only big D and is there's video proof.
He will send it into defender spawn. Actually punished.
Oh भाई का क्या को फंस गया.
By Gen G, that a little bit unlucky. Don't think that's
call the fire department.
Recovered. Does someone have a ladder? Cortesia at bay on account of this one way. TL are just so happy to fight off the back of it. They are showing no fear.
And they could refresh that.
लोग कैसे सोच सकते हैं कि Kendrick जीत
गया? Sets up
Absolutely
another rotation
crazy.
of dark cover on that one-way spot.
Better songs, better rap.
It might be though.
Better disses. But somehow Kendrick won.
Yes,
actually
one and
stupid.
done, but he's got the speed to get out of the smoke at the very least.
The thing is, the existence of that Pocky Plat is pushing the rest of the team into Liquid, who are stacked up, market and mid.
Nat's got 1 kill in market now, falls back to the B side. TL, how do they get Camo
भाई come back मत कर देना बस.
That's mid-rounding now. Kiko, what a timing. Aspas again perched up.
आसपास का वो तो बहुत बढ़िया.
Spot is taken down, and Nats has an opportunity here to really
Hey.
ruin the day.
30 seconds left.
Just Verno again. How much can you ask this guy to do? Kiko shuts him down, and TL are 1 round away from an important match win here. And a chance of playoff still.
The fundamentals from Liquid there are just lovely. Look at the way that they're repositioning for each other around that site. Kiko throws down the dark cover near jump up to pivot towards stairs. He gets that kill initially, and then Nats is in main. Nats gets traded, but Kiko was already repositioned to play off of him to fight the MIBR team who wanted to get through market.
And that's the kind of intuition we've just not seen from MIBR when it's counted.
Damn.
It's faster play towards A.
Aliye.
Kamen wants to go back to that position. Our drone, though, is going to force them to respect it somewhat more. So maybe a loosened grip on A for TL. Fast lane, Patatech wants to hang around. He knows the death blow is there. The Damocles sword hangs above MIBR as they await their fate. Contizia has to get them out of here. Neural theft to see Kiko and Serial lining up for a double face. And so the hope of Brazil is vanquished. A missing world champion for MIBR. And Nats' arrival heralds victory for Team Liquid. 1-1 in the tournament.
Getting their best player back, their IGL. Nats had a hell of a performance. His Viper is just GOAT status. This TL team are back.
आसपास के stats तो देख लें जरा.
Depending on the comps that they want to run, both Penny and Serial playing
-11.
Incredible stuff from Team Liquid. It felt online like there was some kind of tier gap when you're talking about the top 3 teams from Europe, as Fnatic convincingly beat Heretics. Heretics 3-0 Liquid in that lower bracket final. But here, it feels like they are kicking things into that next game.
यार ऐसा तो मत बोलो. भाई मैं नहीं जा रहा. अब तो मैं आपके साथ ही खेलूंगा. मैं नहीं जा रहा.
Coming back from such a disastrous start, Liquid have earned themselves the respect of the fans. An important match win and a sixth player that they can make use of, and they've done so effectively on Icebox. Penny came out on the jet and showed us exactly what Canada can produce in terms of Valorant talent, and Liquid has said
they don't go together. Lou and D are a circle go better. You wear my
the level just went. Good night, good night. जीत जाएगी कौन जीत जाएगा ये भी तो बता. गुड नाइट गेम में हो आप. समझ जाओ समझ लिया भाई. यार 5 बजे उठना है मुझे. मुझे आज मैंने वर्कआउट स्टार्ट कर दिया. भाई मेरे यहाँ इतना दर्द हो रहा है साइड में. कुछ बताओ. चलो एक तो खेल ही लेते हैं. क्या जा रहा है एक खेलने में. क्या जा रहा है ना. हार गए तो चली जाएंगे. उप्स. आलिए रे आलिए बग मत जाइयो. आलिए रे आलिए बग मत जाइयो. ओ मेगा पंक वैंडल, ओ मुझे अच्छी लगती है ये। हेलो हेलो।
अरे मेरे को लगा कनेक्टेड ऑलरेडी, उसमें आवाज आ रही थी चैट।
अच्छा।
स्टोर में क्या आया है यार? एक्सिस शॉर्ट ही
यार ये आ रखी है मेगा पंक वैंडल, सोच रहा हूँ ले लूँ क्या।
मेगा पंप ये तो अभी आई होगी मेरे ख्याल से,
या वही वाली का वेट करूँ जो हमें पसंद है।
कौन सी पसंद है?
वो ड्रैगन वाली।
ठीक है। और आज तो गड्डी आ रही है।
ये भाई मजा आ जाएगा भाई।
आज देख कर आया था, मतलब पीडीआई के लिए बताया था। ऑल गुड, पेमेंट सारी कर दी है।
ऑल ओके है।
ऑल ओके,
लॉक कर दिया जाए।
लॉक हो गई है भाई।
हो गई है, बिल्कुल बढ़िया।
पिज्जा मंगाया मैंने आज, अभी आ रहा है पिज्जा।
ओहो, कल मंगवाना था, गाड़ी पे बैठ के खाते।
कल गाड़ी आएगी, परसों चली जाएगी।
उसके लिए
पीपीएफ।
और कितने टाइम होता है पीपीएफ?
2 दिन में दे देंगे, सैटरडे को आफ्टरनून में दे देंगे। मैंने कहा ठीक है यार, अभी स्टार्टिंग में ही चली जाए तो ठीक है।
Match found.
Yeah, we don't need thing anymore. We play something else.
I see you have need.
I'll go Bucky.
If you want.
Yeah.
Well,
let me vote. So.
Yeah.
Spider-Man here.
Try to get us.
You know Spider-Man would fit there. Top charge.
किसका?
कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी के।
नहीं, अब वर्ड डांस का आगे अब तो चलते ही रहेंगे। इनका यहीं तो पैसा बन रहा था।
टॉम क्लेंसी ये क्या खेलने लग गए हो?
सिम्फनी? ओ पैसे मिले होंगे।
रेनबो 6 सीजी एक्स इज, अच्छा एक्स खेल रहा है वो।
है ये एक्स क्या है?
हाँ पुरानी गेम वापस आ गई ना ये।
है?
हाँ।
ओ यार क्या बोल रहे हो, डाउनलोड कर लेते हैं।
भाई हेडशॉट मारे यार, कौन है ये बंदा?
सिम्फनी?
नहीं ये एक्स क्या है भाई, समझ नहीं आया वो।
लगता पुरानी जैसी ही है। लायन देख के मुझे उत्कृष्ट की याद आती है, लायन खेलता था।
On the steps, I had a feeling.
सिर्फ लायन खेलता
Oh, I didn't hear you was there.
Let that Sova find me. Whatever. It'll help him look dead.
Come on, teammates, come on. Yeah, 3v1. They win this. Oh my god. Wait.
Yes, sir.
Sentry. Placing alarm bot.
जेटी है बस, जेटी है बस, जेटी।
जेट ही
माइंड A short egg.
Nice up.
Perfect. जा रहे थे.
बी देख रहा हूँ मैं, साइफर डेड है वैसे. बी.
CRLA.
बी के बाहर.
डेड है.
ये तो मेरे के बाहर है.
रुक जाओ मेरे को वेट करना है.
Spike planted.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
कहाँ देख रही हूँ?
भाई कहाँ देख रहे हो भाई?
I'm nothing like the enemy core. I wouldn't be caught dead in that outfit.
जज लेंगे नई वाली.
ऐसे कौन सी लिए तुमने?
चेंज करते ये ले. अच्छा जज नहीं ले रहे.
Placing swamp grenade.
है दोनों जज.
Alarm bot out.
Found them.
अरे भाई.
Enemy spotted A.
चले.
साइफर को देखना और लग.
Stay down. Target destroyed.
क्या बेटे अभी भी लर्क करेगा.
Enemy spotted.
सी प्लांट.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. C. Here. Gun here. Spike spotted. C. Could never hope to match up with the
Go on my mark. Nice! Killed it! And them. We definitely killed them.
Turret out. Embarrass them.
ऐसी आ रहे.
My ult's ready. Turret down.
कमिट कर रहे हैं क्या?
हाँ कर दिया मुझे.
Spike down. C.
कैसी लगी चला के? अप्रूव्ड है.
Approved.
Give me those.
Spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Hey, God. यार.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
Need a drop. Need a drop. Thanks. Need a drop.
नाइट मार्केट में मिली थी, ले ली.
हाँ फिर तो सही है वो.
Turret out. Oops. The hunt begins.
बीच हो.
Dropping smokes.
Multiple enemies A.
Short, तीन है short.
Here.
वापस जाएंगे.
Here! Catch!
Nice idea.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
अरे यार. CRL
एक ही छोड़ दिया.
Back side.
Right.
Spike planted.
Blind है. पता ना किसने.
Back side पक्का बैठा है back side.
Cutting their vision. Still in sight. There. One enemy remaining.
और right hold कर रहा हूँ.
Garage.
What a shot है.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
Need a drop. Thanks. Need a drop. Thanks.
भाग मत जाइयो. देख ले रास्ते में. भाई ये के बाहर गिरा है.
No peeking.
भाई कोई सीओ से आज.
Placing sentry.
Drone garage.
Enemy spotted. One down.
Cutting their vision. Adios. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Thirty seconds left.
ओए भाइयों ऐसे आ गया. आई के जेफ के भी है.
10 seconds left. Last player standing.
They're supposed to be fighting back, right?
1 मिनट सब मर गए थे.
हाँ.
अरे भाई.
भाई दिस मैं भी देख रहा हूँ. सब बताओ.
रहना ट्रेड करते ना मेरे को ऑफ बाय तक.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Nice and easy.
I am the
hunter.
nowhere to run.
Short front.
Yeah. Enemy spotted A.
No peeking.
ने मुझे मार दिया.
Enemy spotted A.
Drop in a smoke.
Oh, my ult's ready.
Short था साइफर short था. Don't turn.
One enemy remaining.
Short
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
दो फ्लैश है रहना चाहिए.
जब टैप करेगा ना ब्लाइंड दूंगा. जाना.
No peeking. Swarm grenade out. Alarm bot out.
30 seconds left.
Short.
Enemy spotted A.
Still
Hold
in
up तेरे
sight.
बगल में पड़ी है.
Spike planted. Still in sight.
Default.
Last player standing.
ऑफ पड़ी है
बढ़िया ऑफ पड़ी नहीं
अच्छा वहाँ
My ultimate is ready. Oh no, you don't deserve my Time to be his light and kick him in the shin. Need a drop.
Out of charges.
Don't overshoot. That's my job. Turret out.
ना 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 ना
आप जिस व्यक्ति को कॉल कर रही है वह
एक शॉट
कृपया कुछ समय पश्चात प्रयास करें. The person you're calling is not answering.
गए सी लॉन्ग से गए
ए स्मोक्स
किल जाए आइटम किल जाए कर दो
Spike planted.
किल मत दो किल
Enemy spotted. Out of charges.
शॉट क्लोव 80 जेट 20 क्लोव 80
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
This is nothing.
अरे हक दिया मैं बैड
हाँ यार मैंने भी हक दिया
My ult is ready. Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring them out. Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking.
मुझे शरीफ मांगना
Can I get this? Get out of my way! Sentry.
लोग भी था लॉन्ग ले आऊं मैं ओए नहीं दो है जेट रीना सीलॉन्ग और क्लोक मिड था A shot. Two. Minimum. Smoke say.
Found them.
My ult is ready.
You had your fun. My turn.
Spike planted.
Yeah, gun ले ले मेरे से
One enemy remaining.
L. Nice.
Reloading.
ले किल जेडी
Thanks. Oh no, you don't deserve my inventions. You can trust my bots. Only malfunctioned that one time, and honestly, she won't miss that finger.
मौजा नहीं आया मौजा
Turret out. You better run, Sova.
Guard garage.
अरे भाई लुढ़े
No peeking.
Hey,
Take outside.
I am the hunter!
Drone है क्या drone?
Take flight.
Drone.
Spike planted.
Enemy
Reloading. Cutting their vision.
There.
Blocking sight. Like I
Scanning ahead.
never.
High blind है.
There they are.
एक garage.
Korean sauce.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
Nice.
अरे यार क्राउच क्यों करते हैं हम?
Just let them try to catch me. Reloading. Need a drop. Thanks.
I'll find them.
Placing sentry.
ठीक है शायद.
वो तो थे मैंने.
I know exactly. Spike down A.
लोग शॉट स्मोक कर सकता है.
Revealing area.
Blocking sight.
Right.
Spike down. One enemy remaining.
Spike spotted A.
Hell.
Last player standing.
Nice. Off है वहाँ पे. पीछे graffiti.
Ping. के पीछे.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
Need a drop. Thanks. Need a drop. Money.
Kill जाए भाई. Thank you.
Turret out. Ready.
एक ही बाहर स्पाइक हो.
Multiple enemies A.
ना ये नहीं आ रहा.
एक ही बार है स्पाइक में.
Enemy spotted mid.
No
Variable
peeking.
removed.
एक विंडो से नीचे कूदा. देख के चलिए.
Headshot.
एक और
My
होगा.
ult's ready.
Killed my bot.
गैरेज. गैरेज इन गैरेज.
Sorry. No, sorry.
जेट भी गैरेज. ऊपर चढ़ रहा है विंडो. विंडो देख के.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Nice.
The pack survives.
Last round in the half. Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone.
बियर रखी होगी बियर.
ये
Placing sentry.
The hunt begins.
Drop in a smoke.
Multiple enemies A.
Drop
यहाँ
in a
फंसा हुआ
smoke.
है. शॉर्ट है. एक दो.
विंडो.
Here.
Turret down.
Planting C.
Die. Spike planted.
अभी कुछ जाओ, अभी कुछ जाओ, दो एक।
Perfect accuracy.
Cutting their vision. Last player standing.
Get it. And
Switching sides.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition.
ठीक चलता है।
Need a drop. Thanks. Need a drop.
साइफर को तो रोटेट कर ले। अच्छा सोवा है तो टाट तोड़ दे, वो तोड़ दे।
Take everything.
Turret out.
Scanning ahead.
Dropping smokes.
हाई ब्लाइंड आ रहा है।
Cutting their vision.
कौन है ऑलरेडी? भाई क्या पागल आदमी है।
नहीं मैं भाई पीछे दिख रहा था मैं भी।
नाइस बताएंगे। एक आउट स्पॉन।
60 जेट है।
Reveal in 2.
One enemy
Out garage.
remaining. Resource.
गराज।
For me.
Reloading.
My quiver is never full.
For you, hermanita.
ठीक चलता है ना वो बता रहा है।
Placing sentry.
Scanning ahead.
Dropping smokes.
Still in sight.
Shock shot.
Eyes down. Placing alarm bot. Alarm bot down. Spike planted.
मैं थोड़ा लो।
हेड लगा उसे सोवा को।
Reloading.
Cutting their vision.
एक गैरेज है।
गैराज देख के।
One enemy remaining.
There you are, little shit.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Need a drop. Thanks.
फेक करते हैं सी।
ठीक है।
और भी आप यही लेना।
Revealing area.
In sight. Cutting their vision.
जेट 20 लो है सिर्फ।
ए जाओ ना, एक की तरफ जाओ।
Turret out. Bot coming back. Turrets destroyed.
Enemy.
जेट तेरे पीछे।
Spike carrier is dead.
Spike down A.
ये बैंड के लोग आए मजे गन पड़ी है सामने और एक शॉट जेट सी पे थी लास्ट सीन
Alarm bot out.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
क्लोज राइट पक्का पिक कर लो
स्टिक कर
10 seconds left.
पिक कर लो ना फंसा हुआ है वहां पे
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
I got money. Need something?
Quick peeks now.
Deploying drone.
कैसे नहीं मरा भाई
Reloading. Found them.
प्लान
वापस गया ये लास्ट हो गया इसके बाद
सी चलते हैं ना गराज से
ऐसा देना
Reloading.
इधर ही जाना पड़ेगा तीन है भी तीन
Last player standing.
My ult is ready. Show me where to go.
Need a drop. Gun here. Thanks.
Need a drop.
स्लो खेल रहे हैं ये पोजीशन होल्ड कर लो एक बंदा हमेशा आता है पीछे
That's how you survive.
Placing sentry. Placing alarm bot.
Deploying drone.
My ult's ready.
The hunt begins.
साइफर है यहाँ पे
Scanning ahead.
यार स्मोक दे दे भाई यहीं रुके रहोगे कहीं तो जाओ
लो फक यार
Last player standing. Spike down A. 30 seconds left.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles out hard.
उल्टे में बस
Time for a field test.
सुपर शील्ड
Watch this. Turret out.
I don't have so. Andrew.
Backstabbing.
Garage room. एक grass है.
Last player standing. Spike down, attacker spawn. Long.
ए आ जाओ किसी के इससे चलते हैं. Shot.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
Placing sentry.
Cutting their vision.
Alarm bot out.
Still inside. Spike down A.
तीन लोग हैं.
Last player standing.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
ए फेक करके सी चले क्या?
ये कर लो.
Need a drop. Thanks.
कोई सी पहले ही ले
Need a
लो.
drop.
किसी को छोड़ो.
सी
Let's fly.
आप तो यहाँ जाओ.
Here.
करना.
Here.
Drone कर रहा हूँ.
Still in sight.
The hunt begins.
Placing alarm bot.
मुझे जान दो. मुझे जान दो. Failed है.
Cutting their vision.
दूरी कर दो. दूरी कर दो.
सी जाना पड़ेगा अभी.
Initiated.
आवाज मत करना. आवाज मत करना.
Get out of my way.
एक भाई डिटेन भी हो गया.
सेफ खेलो. सेफ खेलो.
Spike planted. Enemy spotted B.
सेफ कर रहे हैं.
There they are.
भाई ये वेट कर.
Enemy spotted C.
नहीं कर.
One enemy remaining.
ना ना ना.
Okay.
ऐसे
you
करते
know
हैं
the
बढ़िया
drill.
राउंड.
Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
एक तो गराज इनका बहुत वीक है. बस एक ट्रिप है.
Quick peeks now. Turret out.
Cutting their
Blocking
vision.
sight.
Hopping on.
Good fault.
Dead.
My ult's ready.
क्या करते हैं?
ब्लाइंड दे सकता हूँ. जाएंगे.
Wait करना.
Scanning ahead.
Dropping smokes.
Still in sight.
They will cover.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Gotcha fun. My turn.
One enemy remaining.
आए यार जो गोली उठाई उसमें ही 9
Race it to the spike
तेरे वाली
site.
में 3 तो थी इसमें 0
सही में
What's this?
There they are.
Still in sight.
Sentry. Give me those back. Got him.
एक
आउट
गैरेज
आउट आउट स्पॉन
टाइम खेलना जितना खेल सके हो
One photo. Close.
One enemy remaining.
40
Cutting their vision.
नाइस शॉट
Your life won't go to waste. Match point. Their head is in the guillotine. Now pull.
Can I get this?
Thanks.
ए फेक करते हैं मेरे साथ
Let's go.
Still in sight.
हाँ
Deploying drone.
ए चल सकते हैं अपने साथ
ऊपर चढ़ा हुआ है सुबह
Revealing area.
एक भी है
Reloading.
साइफर सी है
Spike down mid.
एक और था
32 यार बैक साइड बैठा है
राइट आ गया
Last player standing.
Hut your wished.
One enemy
No
remaining.
bother.
ए था
30 seconds left. My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's send this.
मेरे को जस्ट दिला दे तू वो ले ले बंडल
Can I get this?
Need a drop.
Thanks.
Thanks. Need a drop.
और दिमाग चलना बंद हो गया था
उनका इको है भाई आराम से रुक जा
साइफर गैरेज
I am the hunter.
किल जो है और ले ले
Placing sentry.
गराज होगा उड़ने से
Dropping smokes.
कर डाट 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 वेट
वेट करना
Blocking sight.
Still in sight. Cutting their vision.
Cypher 120.
Sorry, not sorry.
Backside.
Last player standing.
भाई 123.
Ay, yaar.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Everyone makes fun of German efficiency.
Haha. Just keep laughing as you use all my gear.
Need a drop.
Thanks. Turret out. Beat them back.
Dropping smoke.
Nice.
Spike down. C.
Turn down.
See ya.
Enemy spotted C.
Spike planted.
Feel an FAI.
ड्रोन है, ड्रोन का.
Cypher 140.
Enemy.
C long. Cypher 140.
Good. You had your
Last
fun.
player standing.
My turn. Got three. Found them. My ultimate is ready. Imagine if I died. One enemy
140
remaining.
140
So funny.
Smoke है. अरे यार भाई स्मोक कर दे यार.
Switching sides. Match point.
You know, I could just outlive them.
छूती हैं बताना पड़ता है इन्हें.
Nah, bullets are quicker.
Need a drop. Thanks.
No prisoners.
Turret out.
Cutting their vision.
Blocking sight.
Don't jump.
Alarm bot out.
Right.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm
Backside.
grenade out.
दो एक.
Last player standing.
Shot one. Recalling my bot.
Cypher वहीं होना चाहिए.
सो गराज खेलते हैं. Cypher C player है.
Defenders win.
सही में.
A new patch is available.
अरे अपडेट आ गया.